Tiger Roar City's situation had become a bit strange after this battle, and over the span of the next 6 months, no demon race army appeared to attack it. Who knows if it was because of the fear of Tiger Roar City's strength or for other reasons, but the demon race seemed to have forgotten Tiger Roar City. However, the cities in the vicinity of Tiger Roar City were still being attacked frequently. In the first 2 months, Xianxia didn't dare to act rashly, lest he give the demon race a chance to strike. But as time passed, after confirming that the demon race wouldn't be attacking Tiger Roar City, Xianxia began leading the army out to launch offensives. Since the demon race refused to come to him, he would go to them instead. Thanks to Tiger Roar City's 200,000-man army marching back and forth, the nearby cities that were in danger several times survived and even killed countless enemies when timely support arrived. Since Tiger Roar City's army had gained war force, and there were nearly 200 Emperor Realm Masters in the army, wherever they went, they were simply unstoppable and invincible, causing their fame to spread extensively. Currently, there were many big cities in the Western Territory that were struggling hard, but if any city was in a spot and unable to defend itself, they would immediately send a request to Tiger Roar City for help. Owing to the space array and sealed world bead, Xianxia's support always came extremely fast and was able to turn the tide of many battles. Although the Tiger Roar City army performed quite well under Xianxia's leadership, the overall situation for the Star Boundary was far from optimistic. In just 6 months, the Western Territory had lost a lot of ground. Hundreds of cities had fallen and countless people had been killed in battle. The encroachment of the demon race was simply unstoppable. At this rate, the entire Western Territory might fall within 5 years. By then, the demon race would use the Western Territory as the springboard to attack the Northern, Southern, and Eastern Territories, shattering any semblance of peace they now held. The great emperors were nowhere to be found now, and no one knew what they were doing, or whether they even knew the situation the Star Boundary was currently in. A gap slowly opened in the defensive array of the Tiger Roar City as the army of 200,000 men triumphantly returned. Although the Tiger Roar City army had suffered a lot of casualties in the battles over these 6 months, cultivators from other cities that had fallen had come to join it every day, so its size actually remained the same if not slightly increased. The residents of the city broke into cheers and jubilation as they heartily and happily welcomed the army's return. Xianxia had led the army to provide support to a nearby city, and this trip could be considered a successful one. They had not only defended the city they went to support, but they had also repelled the attack of a million-strong demon race army. Ma Yin, who stayed behind to guard Tiger Roar City, came to Xianxia and whispered something in his ears the moment he returned, causing his eyes to flicker with a little surprise as he gestured to the army behind him to go and rest. Xianxia then strode into the city lord's mansion. In the main hall, someone was sitting to the side and only turned his head to look up upon sensing the movements. As their gazes met, Xianxia noticed that the opposite party's eyes were completely white. "Brother Gao." Xianxia smiled as he walked to the main seat in the hall and sat down, whereupon a maid served him tea before respectfully withdrawing. It was none other than Gao Zhan, who could be considered an acquaintance, if not a close one. Xianxia found this a little strange though, wondering what he was doing here. Gao Zhan was the legacy disciple of Heaven's Revelation's great emperor, so why was he here in Tiger Roar City instead of staying beside the great emperor? "I really don't deserve such status." Gao Zhan slightly bowed. Senior Brother Yang has had so many military achievements. Whenever the Tiger Roar army moves out, the demon race trembles in fear. You have created a grand name for yourself these days. Xianxia responded with a casual wave. "Brother Gao flatters me, but I wonder why Brother Gao is here. Did something happen?" Gao Zhan replied. "I'm here on Master's order to ask Senior Brother Yang to come over at once." Xianxia asked, raising his brow. "Senior Heaven's Revelations wants to see me?" "That's right." Xianxia agreed with a nod. "All right, give me a moment to prepare." Gao Zhan gestured to him to go ahead. Xianxia didn't need to prepare anything much. He simply needed to inform Li Jiao and Gao Xueting that he was going out for a bit, and tell them to remain on high alert. The Demon Race army had not approached Tiger Roar City since the Demon Race half-saint had run away after making a scene last time, but being careful never hurt. What if the Demon Race really attacked while he wasn't here? After having dealt with everything, Yang Kai left with Gao Zhan, traveling directly to their destination using the space array in the city. After a blinding flash of light, the two had appeared in a mountain valley. The valley was quite rich in world energy and was extremely beautiful and refreshing, adorned with many pavilions and buildings. Its scenery was quite unique, and after having been fighting and killing on the battlefield for so long, Yang Kai felt a little out of sorts after suddenly coming to such a place. Yang Kai asked, raising his brow, "Is this Heaven's Spying Valley?" He had long heard that Heaven's Revelation's great emperor lived in a place called Heaven's Spying Valley, but only a few people knew where exactly Heaven's Spying Valley was. Yang Kai didn't have any idea either and never expected to one day come here. Gao Zhan confirmed, nodding, "Senior brother Yang is correct. This is indeed Heaven's Spying Valley. Master likes peace and quiet, so it is just Master and I here. I ask Brother Yang to forgive any negligence. Brother Gao is too polite," Yang Kai stated before he started checking left and right, looking rather curious. Gao Zhan led the way, crossing the small bridges and creeks, walking straight ahead. Heaven's Spring Valley was filled with winding paths, and its scenery was continuously changing at every turn. At one place, it might be a spring scenery with blooming flowers everywhere, and at the next step, one might find themselves in a snowfield. An extremely brilliant spirit array was arranged here, which seemed to be able to mimic the atmosphere of the four seasons. After arriving before a certain pavilion, Gao Zhan finally stopped and stretched his hand out, making an inviting gesture. Yang Kai looked up and, much to his shock, found two people sitting inside the pavilion who happened to be looking at him smiling. He might have been checking out the surrounding scenery, but that didn't mean that he wasn't keeping track of his surroundings. However, he had not sensed the two sitting inside the pavilion until he had looked up and seen them, which was really strange. But if these two were great emperors, everything would make sense. One of them was naturally the owner of this place, Heaven's Revelation's great emperor, and the other wasn't a stranger to Yang Kai. He was none other than Martial Beast Great Emperor, Mo Huang. At this moment, the two were sitting face to face with each other, a stone table between them with a pot of tea boiling on it, filling the air with a unique fragrance. Yang Kai strode forward and bowed with cupped fists. "Greetings, seniors," Mo Huang stated, smiling. "Forget all the ceremonies and take a seat." Yang Kai thanked him before sitting down. After this, the pavilion returned to silence. Heaven's Revelation's great emperor and Martial Beast Great Emperor remained completely silent, as if they were waiting for the tea before them to boil. Yang Kai didn't want to disturb the peaceful atmosphere either, but at the end of the day he was sitting in between two great emperors, which left him quite uncomfortable. As such, he kept fidgeting and moving about. Mo Huang glanced at him and snorted, "Are you a monkey?" Yang Kai embarrassingly smiled as his head immediately sunk in embarrassment, not daring to move about thereafter. Chu Tianji, however, just chuckled. "It's quite common for the youngsters to be lively and active. Why is Brother Mo being so harsh on him?" Mo Huang justified. "Brother Chu, don't be deceived by this little brat's appearance. He's far from a good and honest man. Because of Mo Shaoqi's matter." Mo Huang had a lot of complaints about Yang Kai and didn't hesitate to take him down a notch whenever he got the chance. Yang Kai protested, feeling wronged. "Senior Martial Beast, this junior has never offended you, has he? Back then, when I visited Dragon Island, I even helped you slightly. Last time, I even took Xiaoqi to visit her mother. Why do you say that about me?" Mo Huang snorted even louder as he picked up the teapot on the table, filled a cup for himself, and drank it in one go. Chu Tianji chuckled as he picked up the teapot and poured a cup for Yang Kai. Yang Kai was greatly shocked and hurriedly stood up. "How can I allow Senior to do this? Please allow this Junior to serve you." It was none other than Heaven's Revelation's great emperor, who was pouring him tea. Yang Kai couldn't bear it no matter how arrogant he was. Chu Tianji, on the other hand, ignored him. He only poured himself a cup after he had filled Yang Kai's before slowly saying, "I have heard a great deal about you from Brother Mo. As expected, talented people are born in every generation, and each new generation surpasses the previous." Yang Kai blushed after hearing this and sat back down awkwardly, Senior Heaven's Revelations is too polite. Yang Kai knew that Mo Huang had some complaints about him, so no good words must have come out of his mouth. Who knows what Heaven's Revelations' great emperor had really heard about him? Chu Tianji continued, extraordinary people must do extraordinary things. At least this old master didn't have as colorful a life when he was your age. Far from it, in fact. Yang Kai fiercely rebuffed, I'm not someone extraordinary. I am just young and impulsive. Seniors are the role models of the star boundaries billions of cultivators. Chu Tianji slowly shook his head. This old master could be considered to have lived for many years and seen all kinds of so-called young geniuses and rising stars, but none have ever been as eye-catching and dazzling as you. The entire world says that this old master can peer into the past, see the future, understand the present, and discern the secrets of the heavens. But this old master can't see through your future. Yang Kai asked in shock. Does Senior mean to say that this junior's future is clouded? Chu Tianji shook his head, but he didn't explain much, causing Yang Kai to grow a bit anxious. However, what could he do? His fist was smaller than the opposite party, so he couldn't exactly force Chu Tianji to explain. In the end, all Yang Kai could do was grab the cup of tea before him and drink it in one gulp. Mo Huang couldn't bear it any longer and interjected. Stop flattering him. Just get down to business. Old Chu, you are someone who just likes to be roundabout and drag things out unnecessarily. Yang Kai too asked with a solemn look. Indeed, I wonder why the two seniors have summoned this junior. Is something the matter? Obviously, a trivial matter would not make the two great emperors ask for him to appear before them. Suddenly, Yang Kai realized the meaning of Heaven's Revelation's great emperor's words. Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. It's because he has a mission for me, and it should be a very dangerous mission at that. Damn. A great emperor's tea isn't that easy to drink. Before Chu Tianji could explain, Mo Huang directly got to the point. Yang Kai, we hope that you can take a trip to the demon realm. Enter the demon realm? Yang Kai was greatly shocked after hearing this. Why do you want me to enter the demon realm? Mo Huang replied with a grim look on his face. Bright Moon is in a little danger. We need you to rescue him. Yang Kai was now thoroughly dumbstruck after hearing this. Naturally, he knew about the fall of Bright Moon Great Emperor in the demon realm. When the passage between the two worlds had opened, the great emperors had entered it to investigate. But they were ambushed by several demon saints in the demon realm, and in the end, Bright Moon Great Emperor had stayed behind to hold off those demon saints alone, giving Mo Huang and the others a chance to escape. Later, Yang Kai had also heard that Bright Moon Great Emperor seemed to be trapped somewhere, but no one knew where he was exactly. That was all Yang Kai had heard until this day. Now, Mo Huang suddenly asked him to go to the demon realm to rescue Bright Moon Great Emperor, confusing Yang Kai greatly. After hesitating for a while, Yang Kai asked as the corners of his mouth twitched, Seniors, are you playing a joke on me? Aha, ha. Yang Kai forced a laugh. This junior is not that capable or noble. Before he could finish, Mo Huang added, I also think that it would be a little reckless to ask you to do this, but old Chu said that you must do this. Why? Yang Kai furrowed his brow, curiously looking at Chu Tianji. Chu Tianji unhurriedly replied, A few days ago, this old master suddenly felt restless and ill at ease. I vaguely felt that something momentous was about to occur and immediately started divining and received a premonition. Little friend Yang, do you know what the prophecy was? Yang Kai thought to himself, how would I know? If I knew it, then I would be Heaven's Revelation's great emperor. What is wrong with you? He immediately shook his head, revealing a curious look. Chu Tianji turned his head, looking to one side as he replied in neither a hurried nor slow manner. The moon is slowly setting, but there is still a glimmer of light left. Yang Kai pondered hard, but he couldn't figure out what this prophecy had to do with him and humbly asked, I understand the part about the moon setting. Obviously, it is an omen indicating that Senior Bright Moon is in danger. But what does this glimmer of light have to do with me? Chu Tianji raised his head, pointing. Look there. What do you see? Xianxia followed along his gaze and immediately saw a thick poplar tree that a human could completely embrace that had dense foliage. Chu Tianji continued, "That day, this old master was divining there, and that tree is what resonated with the hexagrams. Look again. In which direction is that poplar tree?" Xianxia checked the directions before hesitantly replying, "North?" Chu Tianji agreed, nodding. "The moon is slowly setting, but there is still a glimmer of light in the north poplar. So, can my little friend understand?" Realization immediately dawned upon Xianxia. North's poplar, north direction, surnamed Yang. Who else could it be pointing to beside me? But is this really reliable? It wasn't that he was doubting Heaven's Revelation's great emperor's ability. Since the world gave him the moniker Heaven's Revelations, and he could peer into the past and see the future, so he had the necessary skills, but what kind of place was the demon realm? A team of great emperors was forced to leave one of their own behind just to escape from the entrance to that place. What could an insignificant second-order emperor like Xianxia achieve in such a land? Forget about rescuing Bright Moon Great Emperor. Just getting there alive would be a miracle. Xianxia immediately fell into contemplation. To be honest, although he was a little curious about what the demon realm was like, he had never considered going there. It wasn't that easy to directly refuse two great emperors right to their faces though, so all he could say was, "Seniors, even if this junior wishes to help, I'm afraid he is powerless to do so." This junior is completely unaware of the demon realm's situation, or where exactly Senior Bright Moon may be, but more importantly, how to safely enter the demon realm is already an almost insurmountable obstacle. Although the passage between the two worlds is open, it is impossible for this junior to openly or covertly make his way through it. If this junior really tried, the demon race would surely tear him to pieces before he even got to the entrance. But apart from the passage, how else can this junior enter the demon realm? "You have your own way." Chu Tianji looked at Xianxia with a smile. Xianxia's brow twitched as he asked, "And what way would that be?" Chu Tianji slowly shook his head. "Although this old master is unaware of the details, he knows you have a way to enter the demon realm. Furthermore, you will surely meet a tribulation in the demon realm, but after you have overcome it, you will soar into the sky in a single leap." Xianxia asked, staring at him, "What tribulation?" Chu Tianji just smiled and didn't explain. Mo Huang, on the other hand, was a little shocked as he asked, "Brat, do you really have a way to enter the demon realm?" Xianxia rebuked, bitterly smiling, "What nonsense! Unless all the great emperors escort me in, there is no way, but if we do that, the demon realm would surely know all about it. At that time, even if this junior somehow safely made it to the demon realm, he would not have a moment's peace. This junior would more than likely die a brutal death." His face turned serious as he stated, cupping his fists, "This junior is really powerless. Seniors, please do not make things difficult." Xianxia really didn't want to go to the demon realm. Even if Heaven's Revelation's Great Emperor said that the slim chance of Bright Moon Great Emperor making it through if he went, that was just a vague prophecy, that's all. Even if it was really accurate, what could he do when even Bright Moon Great Emperor was unable to do anything? Just as he said this though, Xianxia suddenly noticed a figure walking into the pavilion through the corner of his eyes. Upon checking who it was, Xianxia cried out in surprise, "Junior Sister Lan?" It was none other than Lan Sun. Who knows when she came to Heaven's Spying Valley, but during these days Xianxia hadn't seen her. Lan Sun had become very haggard, and it was clear from her red, puffy eyes that she had been crying frequently. This wasn't surprising though, as Bright Moon Great Emperor had been trapped in the demon realm for so long, and she had not heard any news from him. As a daughter, she must have been extremely worried about her father. Lan Sun walked up to Xianxia without speaking a word, and under his dumbstruck gaze, knelt down with a thud and pleaded in a trembling voice while kowtowing, "Please, Senior Brother Yang, I beg you to save my father." Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly jumped up from his chair, trying to pull Lan Sun up by her arm. "Junior Sister Lan, what are you doing? Quickly get up." Lan Sun, however, remained in her position, repeating, "I beg Senior Brother Yang to save my father. Get up first." We can talk afterwards. Yang Kai was truly anxious. Ever since he first met Lan Xun in the Four Seasons realm, they had been good friends who, despite only meeting a few times, had helped one another greatly. When he was weak and unknown, Lan Xun had taken care of him many times. As the daughter of a great emperor and the princess of Star Soul Palace, Lan Xun had never abused her status. Rather, she had always been gentle and courteous when dealing with others. Yang Kai had a very good impression of Lan Xun. She was so many times better than Yao Lin. Now though, this friend was actually kneeling in front of him, putting Yang Kai in a serious predicament. A friend should never kneel before his or her friend like this. He tried pulling her up a few times, but Lan Xun refused to budge. Yang Kai finally lost patience and forcefully yanked her to her feet, but just as he was about to speak a few words to her, he saw her break into tears before him, her pretty eyes full of helplessness and pleading, forcing him to choke down the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Bitterly smiling, he sighed, "Junior sister, why?" Lan Xun stated, painfully shaking her head. "I have no other choice." She immediately added, "I know that I am forcing you to do something you don't want to, and that the demon realm is extremely dangerous. But Uncle Chu said only senior brother Yang can save father. So junior sister has no choice but to brazenly beg you. If senior brother agrees, junior sister is willing to do anything to repay you, whether it be a maid or a slave. Junior sister is willing to serve you as you like to repay senior brother's kindness." Yang Kai felt a deep, throbbing headache as he sighed, "Junior sister Lan, please don't make such a tasteless remark." She had gone as far as to declare that she would be his slave, serving him for a lifetime as he liked. So it was clear to Yang Kai that Lan Xun really saw him as her only life-saving straw. And since she had said as much, it would obviously be reprehensible if Yang Kai still refused. It would have been fine if it was a stranger, or even a casual acquaintance. But Lan Xun had done him many favors and helped him immensely over the years. Yang Kai wasn't an ungrateful person. After hesitating and struggling for a long time, Yang Kai finally let out the longest sigh of the day and said, "Junior sister, don't worry. As this matter is very important, how about allowing me to think about it for a moment?" Lan Xun nodded. "Yes, senior brother, if you want to refuse, please tell me straight. Junior sister knows she has been ungraciously rude here." When she said this, a troubled look appeared on her face. Obviously, she didn't want Yang Kai to take the risk, but since it was related to her father, and since Chu Tianji had said that Yang Kai was the only hope, she had no choice but to make a last attempt. The pavilion sunk into silence for a while as Yang Kai appeared to be contemplating, facing the poplar tree in silence. After a long while, a long sigh finally escaped his mouth as he turned around. The three in the pavilion looked at him. Lan Xun looked even more restless. She wanted Yang Kai to agree, but at the same time, didn't. Yang Kai smiled. "Junior sister, I promise. I'll go to the demon realm." Chu Tianji and Mo Huang looked at each other plainly, as if everything happened just like they had planned. They knew he would not agree happily, but fortunately, they had the forethought to bring Lan Xun here. "Thank you, senior brother." Lan Xun lowered her head and added in a low voice, "This trip to the demon realm will surely be fraught with peril. So whether or not you can save my father, junior sister hopes that senior brother can safely return." Yang Kai assured her, nodding, "Don't worry. I will definitely bring senior Bright Moon back safe and sound." Lan Xun stated, "I'll be waiting for you." Having said this, she turned around and left. Yang Kai scratched his head. It sounded a little unusual. After a while, Yang Kai glanced left and right before sullenly asking, "Are you two satisfied now?" Mo Huang raised his brow in surprise as he asked, "Kid, you noticed?" Yang Kai stated, snorting, "How could junior sister Lan just happen to be here for no reason? Obviously, this was part of your arrangements. You knew that junior sister Lan has shown me great kindness in the past, so I would definitely not be able to refuse her." Chu Tianji chuckled. This old master had no choice but to resort to such means. "Little friend, please forgive me," Yang Kai stated, shaking his head. "Senior Heaven's revelations. There is no need to be so serious." This junior knows that Senior Bright Moon's safety is very important. If he can be rescued from the demon realm, it will certainly help the star boundaries situation. It is just that this is very important and this junior is a little afraid of failing to live up to your expectations, so I would have preferred to refuse. Mo Huang nodded his appreciation. How very thoughtful of you. But then again, how will you enter the demon realm? And how can you ensure that you won't be corrupted by the demon chi and transform into a demon after? Although Yang Kai had been fighting with the demon race these days, the demon realm was the demon race's backyard. Demon chi was everywhere there and Yang Kai wasn't a great emperor, so who could guarantee that he would not be demonified? Yang Kai lightly replied, Senior doesn't need to bother about these things. This junior naturally has his own way. Everyone has their own secrets, so after hearing what he said, Mo Huang naturally didn't ask any more questions. He simply nodded and said, Is there anything we can do to assist you? If you need something, feel free to ask. Yang Kai replied, After I go, I'm afraid that I won't be able to return for quite some time. I just hope that Senior can take good care of the people of High Heaven Palace and Tiger Roar City. Mo Huang promised, You can rest assured about this. Although this king cannot guarantee that they won't be injured, this king can guarantee that they will not die. That's good then. Chu Tianji asked, Do you have any other requests? We will fulfill whatever conditions you may have. Yang Kai thought for a while before asking, I would like to ask you to help me pass a message to Senior Iron Blood. Mo Huang raised his brow, wondering what Yang Kai was planning on asking Zhan Wuhen. While he was being suspicious, he saw Yang Kai take out a jade slip and fed a message into the divine sense. After a while, he handed the jade slip to Mo Huang. That's it. Mo Huang looked confused. That's it. Yang Kai nodded. For this junior to safely enter the demon realm, I will need Senior Iron Blood's help. Mo Huang became curious. How can he help? Yang Kai grinned at him but didn't answer. Mo Huang angrily stated, Boy, acting all mysterious, what exactly are you planning? Yang Kai simply picked up the teacup in front of him and drank it in one gulp before he stood up and said goodbye. This junior will take his leave first. The next time we meet, I hope that we will be fighting side by side. After returning to Tiger Roar City from Heaven's Spying Valley, Yang Kai called Li Jiao over and suddenly declared, Brother Li, I may have to go into a retreat for a while. You will be in charge of Tiger Roar City's affairs until I exit. Li Jiao confirmed in amazement. Retreat? At this moment, the war between the two worlds was flaring up like wildfire. Although Tiger Roar City had been peaceful for the past 6 months, no one could guarantee that the demon race army would not attack again. Obviously, it wasn't a good time to enter the retreat. If by some fluke of bad luck, the demon race really attacked, Tiger Roar City's combat strength would be greatly reduced without Yang Kai leading the army. Yang Kai quickly justified, I have recently obtained some inspiration. I have no other choice. Li Jiao nodded his understanding after hearing this. He knew that cultivating the martial Tao wasn't easy, and that sudden enlightenment was a rare opportunity, one that needed to be grasped by entering retreat as soon as possible. Once he lost this opportunity, even a decade or a century of hard work might not be enough to make up for it. As such, he had no choice but to relent. Good! This Li will do his best to take care of Tiger Roar City. But Brother Yang, what about those members of Half Dragon City, and Senior Fu Ling? Don't worry, I will exhort them to listen to your arrangements. With Li Jiao's cultivation and identity, there was basically no problem in commanding Tiger Roar City, but Fu Ling was a problem. She was a 6th-order pure-blooded dragon, so Li Jiao may not be able to subdue her. Not to mention that Fu Ling was too unreliable in the first place. When Yang Kai was there, she was honest and obedient, but when he wasn't, her arrogance knew no bounds. She might not give Li Jiao any face, but since Yang Kai wanted to entrust Tiger Roar City to Li Jiao, he would naturally arrange everything in advance. After a while, Fu Ling was summoned and Yang Kai told her to obey Li Jiao's orders in the future, or he would send her back to Dragon Island immediately. Fu Ling didn't dare disagree and immediately started nodding like a chicken pecking rice. It was extremely difficult for her to leave Dragon Island, so naturally she was extremely reluctant to be sent back so soon. Afterwards, Yang Kai met with the Emperor Realm Masters in the city, notifying them that he was entering a retreat to cultivate and shouldn't be disturbed unless necessary. Then, he finally entered a secluded room in the city lord's mansion in front of everyone's eyes and closed the door shut. Naturally, this retreat was just a pretense. Since he promised Heaven's Revelation's Great Emperor and Martial Beast Great Emperor that he would go to the Demon Realm, he had to make arrangements for Tiger Roar City in advance. Otherwise, if that day really came, things would not end well for a leaderless Tiger Roar City. He would be letting Li Jiao become familiar with things so that even after he left, Tiger Roar City would not necessarily be affected greatly. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai triggered a space beacon on his wrist and in the next moment, disappeared from his spot. When he appeared again, he was already inside a female boudoir. "Who?" A tender shout rang out and a cold gleam flickered as a sharp sword was stabbed towards his face. Yang Kai, however, just flicked his finger and knocked the tip of the sword away. Immediately after, he reached out and grabbed hold of a tender white wrist before pulling it a little as a soft, tender body fell into his arms. He then leaned over and stated, smilingly looking at the figure, "Yaoer. What a unique way to welcome someone." Ji Yao was stunned. "What are you doing here?" "I came to see you." Yang Kai stroked her hair, calmly staring at her. Being stared at like this, Ji Yao felt a little embarrassed, but she found that Yang Kai's eyes were very gentle and filled with reluctance to part with her. So she comfortably reclined in his wide arms and averted her gaze. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed her chin, however, lifting her head. And before she could react, a masculine aura blew on her face. Before she knew it, their lips were pressed against each other. Slowly, Ji Yao closed her eyes as the long sword in her hand fell to the ground. She then wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck, tightly hugging him. After kissing fiercely for a while, Yang Kai gently picked her up by her waist and gently placed her on the bed. He then leaned over her and wantonly started savoring her again. The relationship between the two had progressed a lot since the walls had cracked in Iceheart Valley's Cultivation Technique Pavilion. But those walls had yet to completely fall. Ji Yao even seemed to enjoy these occasional thrills and never asked Yang Kai for anything more, let alone reveal their relationship to the world. Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't force her either. Like raging fire and dry wood, a blend of honey and milk, two fiery bodies tangled and rolled on the big bed, turning the air in the boudoir romantic. Only after a long time did Yang Kai finally let her go. Ji Yao lay powerless on Yang Kai's body, violently panting. Suddenly, Yang Kai started speaking, "Yaoer, no matter what you hear in the coming days, don't believe it or hold grudges against anyone." These words were rather baffling. Ji Yao immediately raised her head and asked as if she had a premonition, looking at Yang Kai with her big bright eyes, "What will happen?" Yang Kai pinched her nose. "Don't ask too much. You will know when the time comes. Just remember my words." Ji Yao didn't speak. She just looked at him. Yang Kai confirmed again. "Okay." Ji Yao nodded her agreement. "Okay?" Yang Kai looked at her with relief before rolling over and ravaging her again. He stayed with Ji Yao for a night before exhorted her about a few things and quietly left. On Spirit Pill Peak of High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai casually strolled in with a jar of wine. When the few alchemy apprentices at the door saw him approaching, they respectfully greeted him right away, but the most senior among them bravely stepped forward to block the way. Speaking with a troubled look on his face, he said, "Palace Master, Grandmaster Ji and Madame Xiao are currently performing alchemy. They have ordered that no one is to disturb them. Make way, make way." Yang Kai pushed that apprentice aside and then barged straight in, shouting as he kept heading deeper, "Little senior sister, little senior sister." He walked all the way to the underground pill room, where he saw the doors suddenly slam open as he saw a disheveled and dirty Ji Ying charge out. His face was completely black, covered in soot. He grabbed Yang Kai by his collar and fiercely stated, "How many times have I said don't disturb me when I am performing alchemy? Don't think that I won't dare to beat you just because you're the palace master here." Yang Kai grinned as he gently freed his collar from Ji Ying's hold. "Brother Ji, calm down. It's just a furnace of pills, right? Just refine it again." Judging by his appearance, Yang Kai knew that the pills in the furnace must have exploded. Otherwise, Ji Ying's face would not be covered in soot. He must have been disturbed at a critical moment and be truly angered right now. Otherwise, how could an emperor alchemist have his furnace explode so easily? Ji Ying angrily shouted, "Refine it again? Would I not need to spend more time and energy? Not to mention, this will put a stain on this Ji's alchemy career. Damn it! Why did I ever agree to come and serve as an alchemist in this place?" At this moment, Xianxia walked out from behind the door, clearly trying to hold back her laughter. Although her face was hidden behind the veil, from her crescent-like eyes, it was clear what she was thinking. Okay. I brought you a jar of good wine as compensation, look." Yang Kai moved the wine bottle in his hand into view. "Trash. I don't want to drink it. Pay me for my pills." Ji Ying pushed away the wine bottle. Yang Kai stated, "This is a bottle of the Western Territories sword wine. The highest rank sword wine at that. Brother Ji doesn't want to try it? It's very rare nowadays." Western Territories sword wine was very renowned. When Yang Kai and Zhu Qing first met in the past, he said that he would only be her friend if she gave him a bottle of this wine to make things difficult for her. Who knew that Zhu Qing would really fetch him a bottle of sword wine? Now that the Western Territory was under attack by the demon race, the villa where the wine was made had also been destroyed, making this bottle even rarer than before. Ji Ying was stunned after hearing this and hurriedly snatched the wine bottle, muttering as he opened it. "This Ji has also seen and experienced all kinds of things. If you dare to lie to me, you and I will have words." Yang Kai earnestly stated, "How dare I lie to Brother Ji? Right, I want Brother Ji's permission to take little senior sister out. When we will return isn't guaranteed. I will have to trouble Brother Ji for the matters related to alchemy." "Where are you going?" Ji Ying raised his head and asked, but Yang Kai and Xianxia were nowhere to be found. To his surprise, Yang Kai had taken Xianxia away before he could finish speaking. Ji Ying couldn't help but be stunned, grinding his teeth as he began cursing aloud. At the space array, Yang Kai and Xianxia appeared, carefree and at leisure. Little senior sister asked, curiously looking at Yang Kai, "How's the situation in the Western Territory? Why are you back?" Yang Kai replied, smiling, "Let the people over there be worried about it. As for me, I am back to see you. Have you gone to Elder Sisters?" "Not yet." Yang Kai shook his head. Xianxia reached out and straightened his clothes. Suddenly, her gaze momentarily paused as she pulled a few strands of longer hair from Yang Kai's neck and threw them away before warmly speaking. "Go and see Elder Sisters first. I will be waiting for you here. They are fighting the demon race, so they are definitely not as comfortable as me." Yang Kai's facial muscles twitched as he withdrew his gaze from the strands of long hair dancing in the air and pulled Xianxia into his arms, kissing her on the forehead. "Little senior sister is the most caring of all." Xianxia shyly stated, "I'm not." She then lightly pounded her fist on his chest. "People are looking." Disciples were guarding the space array year-round, so everyone could clearly see this scene. However, the palace master and his wife were being intimate, so who among them dared to watch? At this moment, each of them was either looking up at the sky or down at the ground, as if they were wondering if it would rain or were admiring the flowers blooming. At this moment, space principles flared and three figures suddenly appeared on the array. After glancing at them, a jealous voice rang out, well, did you call us to quickly return to show us such a scene?" Xianxia's face turned redder as she quickly escaped from Yang Kai's arms, moving over to the three who just appeared and greeting them. Yang Kai looked back and smilingly stated, "Luo, are you even jealous of your sister?" Shanqing Luo disdainfully spat and stated, "Of course, I'm fine if it's one of my sisters, but who knows if you had an affair with some foxes outside." "There is no such thing," Yang Kai hurriedly denied. Shanqing Luo snorted, "Is that right? Then please explain what's going on with that Li Shiqing." Yang Kai broke into a cold sweat and turned to Su Yan, a begging look on his face. As the eldest sister, Su Yan was naturally more understanding and promptly changed the topic. "Why did you call us back?" The three of them had been staying in the same city as the original batch of High Heaven Palace and Ice Heart Valley disciples when they suddenly received a message from Jiyao. Afterwards, they had promptly returned to High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai replied, smiling, "It's nothing. I was just seized by a whim and wanted you to accompany me to enjoy the beauties of nature." The four women believed that Yang Kai was just speaking nonsense. After all, the demon race hadn't been eliminated and the Western Territory was in a state of unrest. Who would be in the mood to go sightseeing at this moment? But who knew that he would really do so? Starting from High Heaven Palace, they directly teleported to the former site of the Southern Territory's Thousand Leaves sect. After confirming the directions, Yang Kai led the four around to play. Although the demon race invasion was of much discussion in the Star Boundary and the flames of war had raged across the Western Territory, with the Southern, Northern, and Eastern Territories also mobilizing reinforcements constantly, the war itself was still too far from the Southern Territory, so the daily lives of common people weren't much affected. Traveling with the four beauties, Yang Kai was living a life of ease and leisure. They crossed countless mountains and rivers, entering every city they chanced upon, which allowed Su Yan and the others to truly appreciate all the wonderful sights of the Star Boundary. Although Su Yan and the others had been in the Star Boundary for a couple of years, they had constantly been cultivating in retreat at High Heaven Palace. When the war between the two worlds erupted, they finally followed the army to the Western Territory, so strictly speaking, this was the first time they had gone out to travel. Furthermore, they were with Yang Kai, so they were all in high spirits. Everything they saw was novel to them. The man was brave and heroic, and the females were beautiful and graceful, each having their own unique charm, so wherever they went, they became the focus of attention. Every night, Yang Kai would lead the four girls to the sealed world bead and sleep together with them. Little senior sister had the thinnest skin, so how could she bear such a shameful thing? Su Yan, taking on the elder sister stance, reprimanded Yang Kai several times, but he naturally refused to mend his ways even after repeated warnings. The more strictly Su Yan reprimanded him, the more he desired to do it, and with Shan Qingluo assisting the tyrant to perform evil, Su Yan didn't dare to casually speak in the end and had no choice but to let it go. Going around here and there for half a month, they finally arrived at a certain empty plain. Seeing Yang Kai carefully exploring this place, as if he was looking for something, Shan Qingluo curiously asked, "What are you searching for?" Yang Kai replied, "Back then, the Four Seasons Realm's entrance appeared here. I am trying to look for a trace of it." Su Yan knowingly asked, "Are you worried about Shower and Shuer?" Yang Kai replied, sighing, "Although Lu Yan is with them, both of them are still just children. If I could at least have a look at them, I would feel more at ease." Among the four girls, apart from Shan Qingluo, who had never seen Xianxia because she had been cultivating in the ancient wildlands, Su Yan, Shuiyu, and Xianxia had met little Fatty and adored him very much. And since he was Yang Kai's adopted son, they naturally felt quite close to him. Now that Yang Kai was looking for the two kids, they were more than willing to help him. The five immediately spread around, meticulously searching the plain. But in the end, they found nothing. The Four Seasons realm could be considered as an independent small world, and although the entrance had appeared on this plain last time, no one could say for sure that the entrance would definitely appear here the next time too. Not to mention, Xianxia was the one who led them in. Perhaps Xianxia had some other means to enter the Four Seasons realm they were unaware of. Having no result, they had no choice but to leave. Afterwards, Yang Kai took the four to Azure Sun Temple, where they stayed on his spirit sword peak for a few days before setting off to Maplewood City. This was the first city Yang Kai entered after he came to the Star Boundary, so it had some special meaning to him. It was here he met Mo Shaoqi and Lan Sun for the first time. The myriad sword he used was obtained here as well, and it was also here he met his first great emperor, though the latter was playing around among the mortals at the time. Outside Maplewood City stood Spirit Lake Palace, where countless cultivators were still coming in and out of every day. But since Xiaxiang was no longer here, Yang Kai had no intention to visit it. However, his old friend Kong Siran had been promoted to the branch president of Maplewood City by his Chamber of Commerce because of the long-term trade he had established with High Heaven Palace. When Yang Kai arrived, Kong Si ran naturally entertained him warmly, treating him to the finest restaurants in Maplewood City, where they merrily drank and chatted. The next day, Yang Kai bid goodbye and led the four women to the old site of the Blue Feather sect. Today, Blue Feather sect was completely deserted. The old site of the sect was completely in ruins. Thinking of the time when he was imprisoned in Blue Feather sect with Liu Xiaoyun back when he had entered the star boundary, Yang Kai felt as if ages had gone by. At that time, Dao Source Realm Masters were like invincible existences to him, but now he could even fight pseudo-great emperors. Several dozen years had passed, giving him a deep sense of reverie. Retracing the old road like it was another life made Yang Kai have mixed feelings. After the Southern Territory was the Eastern Territory, and then the Northern Territory. After 3 months, Yang Kai finally began leading Su Yan and the others back home. He was still traveling in neither a hurried nor slow manner, without even using the space array network he had arranged. After these 3 months of sightseeing, caring nothing about worldly affairs, Su Yan and the others were naturally reluctant to part with Yang Kai. They felt that it would be the best thing if this could go on for the rest of their lives. At night, after a particularly intense intimate session, slender and graceful limbs were horizontally lying on a giant bed when suddenly energy fluctuations started rising. Yang Kai turned his head and cried out in pleasant surprise as he looked at Su Yan. "Senior sister you?" Su Yan promptly sat down cross-legged and stated, taking a deep breath, "I am about to break through." Shan Qing Luo also sat up in shock. So fast. Su Yan was now a third-order Dao Source realm, so another breakthrough would make her enter the Emperor realm. It had only been a few years since Yang Kai brought her to the star boundary, and although they were receiving endless resources from High Heaven Palace, Su Yan's rate of progress was still quite astonishing. It must be brought to notice that when Su Yan first entered the star boundary, she was just a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator. In just a few years, she was crossing a chasm that most cultivators couldn't cross in their entire lives. The remaining 3 were still just first-order Dao Source realms now, while Xianxia, because of her special constitution and constant refinement of pills, had touched the threshold of the second order. Shuiyu pursed her lips into a sweet smile as she stated, "Don't you know that Elder Sister uses her dual cultivation's secret art constantly? Every night, Elder Sister has been fed by husband." This was indeed true. Whenever they cultivated using the yin-yang joyous unification art, the dragon and phoenix would sing together. Dual cultivation had indeed provided great benefits to Su Yan. Even without Yang Kai, her cultivation progress wasn't slow, and for the last 3 months, she and Yang Kai had been dual cultivating every night. This slow accumulation over time would work magic, so breaking through now was just a matter of course. The bottleneck had already been touched, and the world baptism was about to descend, so there was no time to delay. Su Yan glanced at Yang Kai before she immediately got dressed, and the others hurriedly tidied things up. After a short while, Yang Kai and Su Yan appeared outside the small sealed world, whereupon Yang Kai promptly used space principles to lead Su Yan to a sparsely populated location and set her down before quickly urging her, "Be careful." Su Yan nodded before sitting down cross-legged and closing her eyes. Yang Kai's figure flickered next and appeared several dozen kilometers away. Next, he let Shuiyu, Shan Qing Luo, and Xianing Chong out with a wave of his hand as the 4 stared ahead together. Observing and emulating the process of Su Yan breaking through to the Emperor realm would definitely benefit Shan Qing Luo and the others. When they broke through to Emperor realm one day, they would have more experience in dealing with it instead of approaching it blindly. Under their nervous gazes, wind and clouds gathered in the sky as faint claps of thunder boomed. A soft jade white hand grabbed Yang Kai's big hand as Shuiyu comforted in a gentle voice, "Husband, don't worry. Elder Sister is so strong. There won't be any problem at all." Yang Kai also felt that with Su Yan's ability, there would not be any major problems, but that didn't stop him from feeling nervous. This might be the so-called the more one cares about someone, the more worried he or she would be for him or her. Shan Qing Luo added, "Husband, although we don't know why you have brought us out to sightsee, since this little tryst lasted for so long, we know that you must have to do something important soon. Go ahead and do it. We have each other to rely on, and today Big Sister is also advancing to the Emperor realm. You don't have to worry about anything when you are outside. Yang Kai looked at her, and then looked at Shui Yu and Xianing Chong, who lightly nodded at him. Obviously, they had noticed something these days. After all, they shared every moment together, even in bed. Although Yang Kai hadn't told them outright, how could he hide it from their eyes? Yang Kai nodded and told them everything. I won't hide it from you then. I will be going to the demon realm soon. Shui Yu's slender white hand momentarily clenched while Shan Qingluo and Xianing Chong also looked shocked and worried. Although they knew Yang Kai had something to do, they had never expected that he would be going to the demon realm. And I will be going to the demon realm through a rather unorthodox method. All I can say is, whatever you hear at that time, don't believe it or worry about it. Yang Kai took a long deep breath. I don't know when I will be back, but I can assure you, I will definitely return safe and sound. Shan Qingluo leaned over and gently stated, putting her head on his shoulder. You are the world for our sisters. You better come back safe and sound. Xianing Chong exhorted as her eyes turned red. Be careful when you get there. Yang Kai opened his arms and hugged the three girls together, laughing and assuring them. Don't worry, I might not be good at other things, but I'm the best at running away. Shan Qingluo suddenly pinched his waist and gave it a twist as she warned, grinding her teeth. I hear there are charmed demons in the demon realm. Don't get captivated by them. Yang Kai replied, smiling. It's not certain who will captivate who. Right then, a deafening clap of thunder reverberated along with a bright flash as a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the top of Su Yan's head. Everyone couldn't help but sink into silence as their eyes immediately focused on that side. Amid the blinding flashes, world energy gathered around, flooding Su Yan's location all of a sudden. After a while, Su Yan's figure reappeared while all the world energy had been completely absorbed by her. Hong long long. Bolts of lightning fell one after another, forming an inescapable net that blotted out the sky in a continuous rain. Shan Qingluo and the others turned pale at the sight of this and secretly wondered if they could deal with this when their time came. However, they were only in the first-order Dao Source realm now, so it was inevitable for them to find this sight extremely terrifying. When they had reached the same cultivation as Su Yan, their mentality might be different. Heaven and earth shook. The world baptism whenever someone broke through a great realm would always be shocking. Not to mention, Su Yan was breaking through to the Emperor realm, so the disturbance naturally spread over a great distance. There seemed to be a city nearby and the commotion had attracted many people. In the beginning, these people were still observing courtesy, watching from a distance and not trying to get too close. But as time passed, someone finally flew over, as if they wanted to see things from up close. But how could Yang Kai allow that to happen? He opened his mouth and shouted, Scram! His voice resounded throughout the sky louder than even the world baptism, causing everyone to flee back in a flurry. Every great realm was a giant chasm for a cultivator. Across it was a brand new world, and this was especially true for the Emperor realm. One after another, the fearsome bolts of world energy descended from the sky. Dark clouds swirled as flashes of lightning and reverberating claps of thunder echoed. It was an extremely terrifying sight. A clear and melodious phoenix cry rang suddenly, resonating through the highest heavens. A vague ice-blue phoenix illusory phantom manifested at Su Yan's location. The ice phoenix was incomparably large and had its neck craned, crying aloud towards the sky. The unique aura of a divine spirit suddenly spread out, freezing everything within 1,000 kilometers of it, shocking all who were watching the show. Meanwhile, inside Yang Kai's body, the golden divine dragon source began making trouble, showing signs of resonating with Su Yan's ice phoenix source. If he hadn't suppressed it firmly, he might have transformed into a dragon in an instant. Yang Kai was a little surprised by this as he hadn't expected that when Su Yan broke through to the Emperor realm, he would also have some peculiar resonations. He had no idea if it was because he cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art or some other reason. As time slowly passed by, the might of heaven and earth grew stronger and stronger, but the illusory ice phoenix remained strong, its aura only increasing to rival the surrounding power of heaven and earth. Finally, a shock wave visible to the naked eye spread out, sweeping away everything in all directions. The enormous ice phoenix phantom disappeared and the dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate, revealing the light of day once more. The world returned to peace. After a long time, the onlooking cultivators finally summoned the courage to come forward and investigate. But there were no traces of the one who had just broken through. But this entire phenomenon had exceeded the one shown by an ordinary Emperor Realm breakthrough and quickly became the talk of the town among the cultivators in the nearby cities. As Su Yan had already broken through to the Emperor Realm and had gained more strength for self-protection, Yang Kai felt a little more at ease. After another 5 days, the group of 5 returned to High Heaven Palace and bid each other goodbye at the space array, whereupon the women shed a lot of tears. Yang Kai had a heartache at the sight of their plight. After sending off Su Yan and the others, he helped little senior sister settle in before returning to the space array. However, Yang Kai didn't teleport to Tiger Roar City but instead went to Orthodoxy Temple in the Southern Territory. After he had crushed the Orthodoxy Temple conspiracy, this land had become a branch of High Heaven Palace in the Southern Territory where 50,000 disciples lived. Although a group of people were recruited to go to the Western Territory battlefield, only a few of them were sent after all. 95% of the disciples remained here to cultivate and grow stronger. Yang Kai didn't disturb anyone with his arrival, and instead went straight to the restricted area of Orthodoxy Temple, where the outer astral wind blew. The last time he came here, he found that the might of the outer astral wind increased the deeper one ventured into the canyon it occupied, and there seemed to be some kind of treasure hidden at its source. It was that unknown treasure that was generating the outer astral wind, allowing others to temper their bodies in the canyon. Since he was going to the demon realm, Yang Kai decided to prepare everything he could to improve his strength. Since there was a treasure in his own branch sect, Yang Kai would naturally try to collect it. Perhaps it could be of some help in the demon realm, and even if he failed to gather it, it wouldn't be a loss. Walking into the canyon, Yang Kai found many disciples at the mouth of the canyon, welcoming the outer astral wind's baptism, tempering their bodies with its assistance, but the cultivation of these disciples wasn't high, so they naturally stayed in the outermost periphery. Yang Kai teleported by them, without anyone's notice. He then proceeded straight to the depths where a series of caves gradually appeared on the surrounding cliffs, granting places of shelter for those tempering their bodies to recuperate. The might of the outer astral wind grew stronger and stronger, but Yang Kai didn't fear it. He had a half-dragon body which made his physique quite tyrannical. So this level of astral wind couldn't do anything to him. After traveling for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the oncoming astral wind finally began pricking his skin. The invisible wind cut against his flesh like a sharp blade. Owing to this, Yang Kai finally used his Emperor Qi to protect himself, but his footsteps didn't slow even one bit. After a while, even his Emperor Qi defense was cut to pieces, failing to provide any protection. The omnipresent astral wind cut into his body now, drawing blood that dyed his body and robes golden. But Yang Kai had no intention of stopping here and continued to move forward in neither a fast nor hurried manner. Sharp whistles could be heard to no end as the depths of the canyon was like a forbidden area for all life. In the middle regions, those who were strong like Shi Lai could cultivate, but not many dared to venture deeper. Yang Kai's physique was stronger than Shi Lai's, but whether he could survive in the deepest depths, he wasn't confident about. He decided to do his best and leave the rest to the heavens. The deeper Yang Kai went in, the more terrifying the might of the astral wind became. Gradually, countless deep cuts appeared on Yang Kai's skin, and even with his outstanding restorative abilities, he couldn't recover from these wounds so quickly. He was bleeding golden blood from his wounds, leaving a set of golden footprints in his wake. The astral wind here was very strange as not only did it cut into his body, it seemed to be affecting his 5 viscera, 6 organs, his bones, and even his meridians. In the end, every time Yang Kai took a step forward, his entire body, inside and out, ached. Left with no choice, all he could do was assume his half-dragon form, which made it slightly easier to continue advancing. The 300-meter-tall half-dragon form had grown slightly, reaching a height of 320 meters now. Presumably, this was due to the dual cultivation with Su Yan over these past few months. helping his golden divine dragon source further integrate with him. Hong hong hong. Every step Yang Kai took caused the canyon to quake. Who knows how long he walked for? But when Yang Kai felt that he couldn't continue any further, he suddenly saw a familiar void crack ahead. He had noticed this void crack the last time he came to investigate this place, and knew that it was from this crack that the endless outer astral wind was blowing from. At that time, Yang Kai reckoned that if there was any treasure in this canyon, it would be hidden inside this void crack. It was because of the fearsome might of the treasure in the canyon that this void crack failed to seal and forever emitted the outer astral wind. Yang Kai's eyes momentarily lit up now that this void crack was in sight. Yang Kai, disregarding his own damaged body, strode forward against the astral wind, arriving before the void crack in a few steps. Show. A gust of wind slashed out from the crack like a sword wave, directly cutting across Yang Kai's half-dragon body. Yang Kai immediately lowered his head to look and saw a huge gaping wound on his waist which nearly cut through him. It was a disturbing sight to so clearly see his 5 viscera and 6 organs. But soon his golden blood began pouring out, covering the wound. Yang Kai grimaced at the extremely sharp and piercing pain, but also grinned in anticipation towards the treasure hidden in the void. It almost cut my half-dragon body in two, so its power must be beyond my imagination. If I can really obtain such a treasure, it would definitely help me on my trip to the demon realm. After canceling his half-dragon form, Yang Kai shot straight into the void crack as space principles flared. The next moment, Yang Kai found himself inside a chaotic nothingness. The astral winds that had been harassing him had also disappeared at this moment, which made Yang Kai feel a little out of sorts. Covering his wound with his hand, Yang Kai looked around before his eyes were quickly drawn to something floating in the void. It was a long vine, a very long vine rooted in the chaos. Yang Kai was taken aback by this sight as he had gone in and out of the void countless times where only endless void turbulence and nothingness existed. He had never expected to find a vine in such a place, but at this moment, the long vine seemed to have withered as its entire body had turned gray, and it was lacking in any vitality. Only a bottle gourd about the size of a palm was growing at the topmost position of the long vine. The small bottle gourd was cyan in color, and there were complex patterns on its surface, which seemed to contain some kind of mystery of the Grand Tao. Small streaks of astral wind flew out of the bottle gourd, blowing into the crack beside it. The source of the outer astral winds was actually this cyan bottle gourd. Yang Kai was amazed by this, but very soon he realized that this cyan bottle gourd must be some kind of supreme treasure, perhaps not inferior to his soul-warming lotus. I found a real prize. Yang Kai was overjoyed and pushed his Emperor Qi as he gingerly reached out towards the cyan bottle gourd and grabbed it. Contrary to his expectations, though, he wasn't injured at all. The astral winds that were sharp enough to cut right through him didn't seem to be any threat in this place, and he was able to grab the cyan bottle gourd as easily as lifting his hand. Then, with just a simple pull, he plucked the cyan bottle gourd from the long vine. Before Yang Kai could take a closer look at the gourd, though, the long vine that appeared to have been withered for tens of thousands of years actually shrank back and plunged into the endless chaos, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai was momentarily dumbstruck before he angrily patted his thigh. Had he known that this long vine was so strange, he would have tried to collect it first. If it could bear a treasure such as the cyan bottle gourd, it must be quite extraordinary. If he could have transplanted it into his small sealed world, there was a chance it could bear another bottle gourd at some point. But just as this thought flashed in his mind, Yang Kai quickly denied it, because this was a treasure born from the world itself, a unique type of existence of which there could only be one. After understanding this, Yang Kai's heart finally settled down. Wealth lies in contentment. The fact that he could obtain the cyan bottle gourd was already a big opportunity. Coveting more would be insatiable. After clearing up his mood, Yang Kai carefully played with the cyan bottle gourd in his hand. After being plucked from the long vine, the patterns on the cyan bottle gourd's surface had disappeared, and it wasn't exuding that profound and mysterious aura either, as if it had become a very ordinary bottle gourd. But when Yang Kai scanned it with his divine sense, he was unable to probe the inside of the bottle gourd and immediately understood that it was ordinary only in appearance. If he wanted to release the cyan bottle gourd's might though, he would probably need to carefully refine it first. After putting away the cyan bottle gourd, Xianxia jumped out of the void crack. Since the source of the outer astral winds had been taken away by him, Orthodoxy Temple Branches Canyon had lost its body tempering facility. Even the void crack had closed under the restorative effect of the star boundaries world principles, disappearing into thin air. It might be a bit of a loss for High Heaven Palace's disciples, but Xianxia could care less about that at the moment. If need be, he could simply put the cyan bottle gourd back when he got back from the demon realm. At that time, the canyon would be restored. Inside Tiger Roar City's City Lord's mansion, Xianxia nodded quietly from time to time while listening to Li Jiao's report on the war in recent months. The situation was better than he thought. Back then, when he announced his retreat, the 200,000 troops in Tiger Roar City were temporarily handed over to Li Jiao, and Li Jiao had lived up to his expectations. He led the Tiger Roar City troops to support major cities frequently and had never lost a battle. Rather than Li Jiao's capability, it was mainly because of the great number of Emperor Realm Masters within Tiger Roar City's troops. With an army of the same scale, it was impossible for the demon race to beat them. Even if they were twice or thrice more, Tiger Roar City would be able to repel them. Xianxia was relieved. As long as these 200,000 troops remained united, they would become an invincible banner. "Brother Yang, are you done with your retreat?" Li Jiao asked after finishing reporting the situation. It had been quite tough for him. Although he was strong, and he was the palace master of Fire Dragon Palace, it was tremendous pressure for one person to be responsible for 200,000 lives in the heat of battle. The battlefield was unpredictable, and regardless of Tiger Roar City troops' winning streak, a single mistake could lead to countless deaths. It was a price Li Jiao could not afford to pay, and so he hoped for Xianxia's quick return to take over the authority again. Xianxia shook his head. "I just came out to take a look at the situation and will soon enter retreat again." Disappointment surfaced on Li Jiao's face. Xianxia, however, just looked at him and encouraged. "Brother Li, you don't need to feel so pressured. You've done a good job, just keep going as you have. Even if we lose a battle, it won't be your fault." Li Jiao smiled bitterly. This Li only feels more pressure when... Before he could finish, Yu Rumeng, wrapped in an icy aura, barged in fiercely with a darkened face. Xianxia and Li Jiao looked up together, and Li Jiao cleared his throat. "Brother Yang, this Li will leave first." He did not wait for Xianxia's response and quickly fled. After he left, Yu Rumeng strode over to Xianxia in a few steps and grabbed Xianxia's collar with one hand. Her teeth gritted. "Are you finally willing to return?" Xianxia feigned calm as he looked at her. "What are you talking about?" Yu Rumeng snorted. "You told everyone that you were entering retreat, but in fact you left Tiger Roar City. Where did you go? Damn it! How does this woman know that I wasn't in Tiger Roar City? Could it be the heart seal secret technique allows her to sense my presence?" While pondering about this, Xianxia maintained a calm face and broke free of her grip. He then replied with a dignified face. "Speak properly. There's no need to get physical. It's highly improper." Yu Rumeng narrowed her eyes at him and seethed. "Why didn't you say anything when you ran off without a word for more than 3 months?" Xianxia slapped the table angrily and exploded. "Just who ran off more than 3 months ago? Don't talk nonsense. I have been in retreat and cultivating in the City Lord's mansion." Yu Rumeng sneered. "Stop lying. Do you think I can't sense your aura? You weren't even in Tiger Roar City these past 3 months. Tell me the truth. Where did you go?" Xianxia stood up. "There's no point talking sense to you. This king needs to continue his retreat. Don't you dare talk nonsense, or this king will slap your butt again." After that, he got up and walked towards the back hall with his hands behind his back and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yu Rumeng gnashed her pristine teeth in fury before chasing Xianxia into the secret room, pestering him madly for a while before Xianxia finally could not bear it anymore and spanked her so hard that she cried. Afterwards, he threw her out. The secret room was closed, but Yu Rumeng's shrieks could still be heard through the door, sounding just like a berserk vixen. However, Yu Rumeng had learned her lesson and stayed by the door of the secret room. Obviously, She did not want to give Yang Kai any opportunities to sneak away again. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai really did cultivate in retreat within the room and did not leave for more than 10 days. Yang Kai had just obtained the cyan bottle gourd and wanted to refine it as soon as possible. He also knew Yu Rumeng was guarding the door but did not pay her any attention. He had settled what needed to be settled and done everything that needed to be done. He had no plans to go out again. More than 10 days passed by in peace. Suddenly, on this day, when Yang Kai was still refining the cyan bottle gourd, he suddenly felt the world shudder and a great pressure descend from the sky. At the same time, an angry voice echoed across the world, "Yang Kai, come out!" In the secret room, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly opened, blooming with gleaming light. He's finally here. After taking a gentle breath, Yang Kai put the cyan bottle gourd away and got up. After smoothing his clothes slightly, he opened the door of the secret room and walked out. Outside the door, Yu Rumeng looked at him suspiciously. "How did you manage to provoke Iron Blood Great Emperor? Why is he here?" She obviously recognized that the voice just now belonged to Iron Blood Great Emperor, and judging from his words and tone, the latter did not sound like he was here with friendly intent. Yang Kai could not help rolling his eyes. "How am I supposed to know?" Yu Rumeng pointed out. "You always had a good relationship with his disciple, so why would he be hostile towards you?" Yang Kai wondered. "Hostile? Is he?" Yu Rumeng snarled. "Can't you feel his hostility?" Her eyebrows were tightly knitted together when she grabbed Yang Kai's arm. "Don't go out first. Let me find out what's going on." The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and clapped his hand together. "It's fine. Senior Iron Blood is one of the 10 great emperors. He won't do anything extreme even if I accidentally offended him. I'll just ask him and clarify if there is any misunderstanding." Yu Rumeng thought about it carefully and realized that even if there was a misunderstanding between Iron Blood Great Emperor and Yang Kai, Iron Blood Great Emperor would not lay hands on Yang Kai. Moreover, the war between the two worlds was in full swing right now, and Yang Kai was the representative of Tiger Roar City, the military leader of more than 200,000 elite troops. It was absolutely impossible for an ally to act against Yang Kai during this sensitive period. Above Tiger Roar City, a burly figure stood boldly in the sky. Everyone looked up, but the sky was so hazy that only a few could see the face of this visitor clearly. However, Senior Iron Blood's name quickly spread throughout the city, and many people realized that the visitor was actually one of the 10 great emperors and immediately stood in awe and gaped in admiration. A figure flew out of the city and greeted Iron Blood Great Emperor in the next moment. It was Li Jiao. Li Jiao stopped more than 10 meters away and cupped his fists. Li Jiao of the Northern Territory's Fire Dragon Palace. "Greet Senior Iron Blood." Zhan Wuhen glanced at him coldly and lightly nodded. Although it was just a glance, it contained unsurmountable majesty, causing Li Jiao to break into a cold sweat as he probed cautiously. "We were just wondering how we can help Senior Iron Blood." Zhan Wuhen answered plainly. "Ask Yang Kai to come out and see me." Li Jiao stressed. Replying to Senior, Palace Master Yang has been in retreat recently and has yet to exit. Full authority over Tiger Roar City has been given to this Li. If it is a matter concerning the war between the two worlds, Tiger Roar City will definitely do its best to fulfill Senior's commands. Zhan Wuhen simply replied, "This matter has nothing to do with the war. It's just my personal grievance. You can't help me, so you may leave." Li Jiao was stunned by his remark. Iron Blood Great Emperor's words revealed a lot of information. Personal grievances? What personal grievance could Yang Kai have with a great emperor that would necessitate Iron Blood Great Emperor to come all the way here? Before Li Jiao could inquire further, Zhan Wuhen already waved his hand, and Li Jiao involuntarily plummeted to the ground. The force sent him staggering backwards, and he was only able to stop himself when a large hand supported his back. Li Jiao turned back and was surprised. "Brother Yang." Yang Kai nodded at him. Li Jiao warned him hurriedly, "Brother Yang, be careful with your words." He did not know Zhan Wuhen's intention, but the latter's tone and attitude were definitely not friendly. There was not much Li Jiao could do in this situation even if he wanted to. How could he oppose a great emperor? All he could do was to warn Yang Kai to avoid provoking Zhan Wuhen. Yang Kai smiled slightly, stepped forward, looked up, and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Senior. I was unaware that Senior would be gracing us with his presence. Please forgive this junior for not offering a proper welcome." Zhan Wuhen looked down coldly for a while before starting. "You are indeed guilty." When the words fell, the whole city went into an uproar. Although they were aware that Iron Blood Great Emperor had come with some level of hostility, to say something like this in front of the 200,000 troops and the several million residents of Tiger Roar City, Zhan Wuhen had essentially given Yang Kai a death sentence, which did not sit well with Tiger Roar City's forces. So what if he was a great emperor? How could a great emperor impose charges indiscriminately? Everyone here had seen what Yang Kai had done these past few months. Without him, Tiger Roar City would have long ago been destroyed. Without him, the Tiger Roar City troops would also be absolutely fragmented if they even existed at all. The 200,000 troops here, united under Yang Kai's banner, had killed countless demons and won numerous great victories. Even though Zhan Wuhen was a great emperor and was the aspiration of billions of cultivators in the star boundary, his words still displeased many. Gao Shueting immediately stepped forward and questioned with a solemn face. "Senior, may I know what exact crime junior brother Yang has committed?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and raised his hand to signal her to be quiet before turning back to the figure in the sky. "Senior, this junior does not understand. Please clarify your accusation." Zhan Wuhen continued. "I will make you understand then. But let this king ask you, is there a divine spirit Hua by your side?" Everyone in Tiger Roar City well knew the existence of the embodiment. After all, he too had made great contributions in the previous battles and everyone had undeniably witnessed his exceedingly powerful performance. Yang Kai immediately nodded and admitted, "Indeed there is." Zhan Wuhen demanded, "This king will ask you then, what kind of secret art and what kind of secret technique does that Hua cultivate?" Yang Kai replied, "Each divine spirit has its own bloodline inheritance. Naturally, he cultivated the secret arts and secret techniques of his clan." "Nonsense!" Zhan Wuhen thundered, the power of his majestic voice fluctuating so violently that the world seemed about to shake apart. Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, "Why is Senior acting so aggressively? What this junior said is only the truth." Zhan Wuhen shook his head and rebuked, "Yang Kai, with your merits of defending this city, this king does not want to embarrass you. But if you continue to be so stubborn, don't blame this king for not showing restraint. This king will ask one last time, so think carefully before you answer. What kind of secret art and what kind of secret technique does that Hua cultivate?" The reason Iron Blood Great Emperor came here furiously was just to question the secret art cultivated by the divine spirit Hua. Everyone was confused and had no idea what Zhan Wuhen was thinking. What did Hua's secret art have to do with him? Was it that the divine spirit Hua secretly learned his secret art? Yang Kai's face turned ugly at Zhan Wuhen's aggressive behavior and he replied in a deep voice, "Senior, this junior already said that Hua has his own source inheritance. Why do you keep asking me again and again?" Zhan Wuhen stared at him deeply with a sharp gaze, as if he was able to look into the depths of his soul and unravel all the secrets in it. "Fool! Since you are not willing to speak the truth, this king will be straightforward. The secret art that Hua cultivates is the heaven-devouring battle law." Right? Heaven-devouring battle law. Many were dazed, vaguely thinking they had heard this name somewhere before, but most could not remember where. However, the expressions of Gao Shueting, Li Jiao, and a few others changed drastically as they turned to Yang Kai in shock. The heaven-devouring battle law was the famous secret art created by heaven-devouring Great Emperor and was known as the evilest art in this world. Did that divine spirit Hua really cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law? Gao Shueting and Li Jiao could not believe it. After all, heaven-devouring Great Emperor had fallen countless years ago, before either of them were even alive, and the inheritance of his secret art was supposed to be lost. How could Hua, who was with Yang Kai, cultivate it? But when they considered it carefully, Iron Blood Great Emperor couldn't make a false accusation on such a grave matter. Recalling the earlier performance of the embodiment, it did share some similarities with the heaven-devouring battle law. Gao Shueting's heart sank. If it was true, it was reasonable for Zhan Wuqian to behave so aggressively. After all, this matter involved heaven-devouring great emperor, so there was no room for carelessness. Yang Kai shook his head in front of everyone though and replied, "This junior does not know where senior heard such a thing, but it is absolute nonsense. Someone is definitely trying to frame me. Please see the truth, senior." Zhan Wuhen responded flatly, "This king will know whether you are being framed or not at a glance. You only need to bring that Shihua out." Yang Kai cupped his fists. "Forgive me, senior. This junior cannot accept your request. Shihua is currently in retreat and cannot be disturbed." "In retreat, is it?" Zhan Wuhen jeered angrily. "Just now Li Jiao said you were in retreat, and now Shihua is also in retreat? How could there be such a coincidence in this world?" "It is nothing but the truth." Yang Kai looked into Zhan Wuhen's eyes without flinching. Zhan Wuhen nodded slightly and let out a long sigh. "Yang Kai, among the younger generation, this king held you in the highest regard. Not only this king, but many others have great expectations for you too. They believe that your future achievements will be unlimited, and may even reach our level one day." It did not mean anything if this was a remark from an ordinary person, but it was completely different given that these words came out from the mouth of a great emperor. This meant that if Yang Kai obtained the opportunity and the recognition of the world, he would most likely become a great emperor. If this came true, the 200,000 troops of Tiger Roar City would feel infinite honor and glory. However, the situation at this moment was worrying. Yang Kai grinned. "Many thanks for the compliment, senior. Junior will put in more effort to not let down everyone's expectations." Zhan Wuhen continued, "No one knows what will happen in the future, however, and one wrong choice is enough to bring about your downfall." While speaking, he slowly raised his hand and world principles began to swirl about him. He locked his solemn eyes on Yang Kai and declared, "Since you've stepped onto the path of evil, it is my duty to punish you. However, there is still time for you to turn back. Repent quickly to avoid making more mistakes." Yang Kai shook his head. "Senior, you are making an arbitrary accusation. I really don't know what you are talking about." Still trying to confuse truth and lie. Before Yang Kai finished his words, Zhan Wuqian slammed his palm down. For a moment, the world literally shook. A groan seemingly echoed out from the entire Tiger Roar City as the space where Yang Kai was located shattered. Yang Kai let out a grunt and blood spurted out all over his body. He was drilled into the ground at once, leaving only his head exposed as blood flowed from his 7 orifices. After Zhan Wuhen landed his palm strike, he strode toward Yang Kai in a domineering manner. Gao Shueting stepped forward at that moment, bearing his path and cupping her fists with a pale face. "Senior, please calm yourself. Stand aside." With a casual wave of his hand, Gao Shueting was sent several thousand meters away and locked in place. An exalted dragon roar sounded at that moment as Fu Ling transformed into a 100-meter-long purple dragon. The dragon roared toward the sky. "How dare you hit my brother-in-law? Die!" Followed by the fierce dragon roar. A purple beam of light shrouded Zhan Wuhen. The next moment, Fu Ling's face turned pale and horrified as her secret technique had no effect on Zhan Wuhen. Shockingly, he approached her step by step against the might of her secret technique. Even the 2 great elders of the dragon clan would not dare act presumptuously in front of this king, let alone a young dragon like you. Zhan Wuhen glanced at her coldly and stretched out his hand to grasp her. The world energy itself condensed into a large hand and grabbed Fu Ling's giant dragon body. Fu Ling roared and struggled constantly, but how could she break free? Zhan Wuhen tossed her aside with a swing of his hand, and she instantly disappeared out of everyone's sight. The 200,000 troops were completely terror-stricken seeing this. They all knew that the great emperors were the strongest in the world, but few had ever witnessed their magnificent might firsthand. Now they were all witnessing it with their own eyes. Both Yang Kai and Fu Ling were invincible in the war against the demon race, but now they were just as vulnerable as 3-year-old children in front of Zhan Wuhen. Zhang Wuhen had arrived in front of Yang Kai and looked down at him coldly, asking faintly, "Do you know your mistake now?" Yang Kai's face was full of blood as he clenched his teeth and retorted, "This junior doesn't know what he did wrong," followed by a shout. His entire body soared to the sky, lifting up a large area of soil and stones. Under the chaotic situation, he surged all his strength and swung a punch at Zhang Wuhen. Zhang Wuhen snorted coldly and returned his attack in kind. A loud explosion rang out as Zhang Wuhen remained still while Yang Kai flew out like an arrow shot from a bow, spewing blood everywhere before he slammed into a building far away. Things weren't over yet, however, as Zhang Wuhen reached out his hand and grasped it, causing Yang Kai's body to fly back involuntarily. On the way, though, space principles fluctuated as Yang Kai attempted to escape. But how could Zhan Wuchen allow him to do as he wished? The surrounding space suddenly shook as his great emperor aura surged and he swung out with another punch. While Yang Kai flew out, got pulled back, then was thrown back again. "Please be merciful, senior," Li Jiao shouted anxiously with red eyes, like a cat jumping on hot bricks. Although Yang Kai had astonishing strength, how could he match a great emperor? This was one of the 10 most powerful masters in the world. If things went on like this, Yang Kai would be killed here today. Li Jiao wanted to help, but he also knew that he was not strong enough to oppose a great emperor, so he could only plead. Zhang Wuhen turned a deaf ear to everyone else and simply kept drawing Yang Kai back before punching him out again and again, as if he was mocking him. Everyone felt unbearable pain and resentment while watching, for they felt that Zhang Wuhen was bullying the weak with his unmatched strength, not at all displaying the dignity a great emperor should have. After about 7 or 8 of these tragic cycles, Yang Kai's aura had become dreadfully weak, as if he could die at any time. Li Jiao hurriedly yelled at Yang Kai, "Brother Yang, just admit you're wrong. It was not a shame to bow down in front of a great emperor." If Yang Kai insisted on not submitting, he really might lose his life soon. Over the ruins of a building, Yang Kai was drenched in blood but still staggered to his feet. He was an utter mess as he held his own chest and haltingly said, "I have committed no wrong. What is there to admit? Obstinance." Zhang Wuhen seemed to be furious and stretched out his hand again, drawing Yang Kai back to him. At this time, Yang Kai raised his hand and a stone man full of spikes, covered in evil fire, abruptly appeared. Under the suction force, the pair swiftly approached Zhang Wuhen, with the stone man rapidly growing to a 60-meter-tall stone giant. "Finally willing to show yourself?" Zhang Wuhen looked at the embodiment coldly. He tapped his foot on the ground and floated lightly towards the embodiment. In the blink of an eye, the two figures, one big and one small, met in midair and immediately clashed. Although the scene was intense, anyone who had eyes could see that embodiment was no match for Zhang Wuhen at all. It seemed that Iron Blood Great Emperor was trying to force the embodiment to use his full strength as he slowly increased the power of his moves, without the slightest intention to unleash his own full strength. A few thousand meters away, Yu Rumeng suddenly emerged beside Gao Shueting, performed a few hand seals, and tapped on Gao Shueting to remove her seal. "Go and find Iron Blood's disciple." Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes lit up at her words and nodded heavily, leaving quickly. She was afraid that no one could help with the situation now, but perhaps if she could invite Lin Yuner to intercede, Iron Blood Great Emperor would think twice about his actions. Fu Ling also finally made her way back, and when she saw Yang Kai beaten so badly, she immediately roared furiously, "What are you looking at? Come with me and kill this shameless man." As a member of the Dragon Clan, she did not feel awed by a great emperor. She only knew that Yang Kai had been bullied, and she naturally wanted to take revenge. But she found that no one moved at her words, and even Li Jiao just smiled bitterly. It was not that they did not want to help, but it was a great emperor in front of them. What could they do even if they went with her? It would only worsen the situation. Without the orders of Yang Kai and Li Jiao, the 200,000 army would not dare act rashly. Fu Ling was getting increasingly maddened, and she cursed angrily, "Wastes! All of you!" After saying so, she rushed over by herself, fearlessly. The outcome was obvious, though. Before she could even get close, she was swept away by an inexplicable force and thrown back again, falling heavily on the ground and reverting to her human form, apparently passed out on the spot. Zhan Wu-hen. Yang Kai gritted his teeth as he yelled, "Enough!" As if sensing Yang Kai's desperation, the embodiment also went all out. As soon as he made a move, though, he revealed a clue which led to Zhan Wu-hen to snort coldly. "You really cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law," Yang Kai replied with a cold tone. "It is one's heart that decides whether a secret art is good or evil. What's wrong if it cultivates the heaven-devouring battle law? That means you admit it?" Zhan Wu-hen tapped the embodiment's forehead with a finger, and the 60-meter-tall embodiment instantly froze in place. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and glared at him, refuting in a deep voice. "He did cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law, but he's never used this secret art to do any harm. The people he killed were all those who deserved to be killed. None of it was unjust. Why is Senior so obsessed with his cultivation technique?" Zhan Wu-hen answered, "It would be fine if it's another type of secret art, but the heaven-devouring battle law?" Shaking his head slowly, he thundered in a low voice, "Yang Kai, do you remember about the close friend this king once told you about? His name was Cyan Lotus, and he was killed by Wu Kuang in the Shattered Star Sea." Yang Kai nodded. "Of course I remember." Zhan Wu-hen pressed on. "Then you should also remember that this king had mentioned that this king and Wu Kuang are absolutely irreconcilable, and it's impossible for the both of us to coexist under the same sky." Yang Kai said, "It's been tens of thousands of years. Why is Senior still brooding over it?" "This king is not brooding over it. But you don't understand the evil of this secret art. Wu Kuang is a true unrivaled genius. Even this king admits that he is inferior to him. But because of this secret art, Wu Kuang lost his rationality. Although he obtained the position of Great Emperor, his name shall forever be remembered in infamy. You never experienced the horror of the name Heaven Devourer in Star Boundary back then. Nor did you witness the tragic war of great emperors where the Shattered Star Sea now lies. So it's natural for you to underestimate the wickedness of the heaven-devouring battle law. But now that this king knows about this, he cannot just sit back and not do anything. Otherwise, it will be too late." Yang Kai asked deeply, "Then what does Senior want?" Zhan Wu-hen narrowed his eyes slightly at the embodiment and said flatly, "Cripple the secret art and abolish his cultivation. Is that really necessary?" Yang Kai's eyes dropped, his voice dejected, and the hair on his forehead cast a thick shadow over his face, blocking the light in front of him. "It is imperative." Zhan Wu-hen turned his head to look at him. "This king will not rebuke you if you choose to blame him, but the heaven-devouring battle law absolutely cannot be allowed to exist in this world." As he spoke, a milky white halo shot out from his fingertip. The halo touched the forehead of embodiment like a dazzling light that dispersed all of the darkness in the world. A dragon roar suddenly shook the sky, and Yang Kai's figure expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he assumed his massive half-dragon form. Dragon pressure filled the sky, and the 200,000 troops of Tiger Roar City all trembled. A dragon claw stretched and broke the void, directly grasping at Zhan Wu-hen. Zhan Wu-hen, who had always been nonchalant, was slightly moved by this unexpected development and raised his other palm to meet the dragon claw. With a loud bang, the dragon claw was smashed and Zhan Wu-hen staggered back. At that exact moment, a dragon tail swept towards Zhan Wu-hen with a heaven-destroying and earth-shattering might, leaving a pitch-black tear in space as it lashed the air. Zhan Wu-hen snorted coldly before reaching out his hand to intercept the dragon tail. But he seemed to have underestimated its power and was forced back 30 whole meters. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai has already retrieved the embodiment back to his side, and the two huge figures stood side by side, overlooking all living beings around them, their expressions as cold as ice. "Yang Kai, don't bring trouble on yourself." Zhan Wu-hen looked at him drily. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. "Senior, please leave. It's still not too late to do so." Zhan Wu-hen looked at him, a little sad. "Are you turning a deaf ear to what this king said?" Yang Kai remained resolute. "Senior, please let this matter go." Zhan Wuhen sighed. "Why? You are no match for this king, and you know this too. It is only you who will suffer in the end. It's not about winning, it's about choosing." Yang Kai turned his head to glance at the embodiment before continuing. "For Senior, he is not allowed to exist because he cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law, but for this Junior, he is my greatest partner, and no one is allowed to destroy him." Zhan Wuhen nodded lightly. "It seems you've chosen the difficult path." Yang Kai took a deep breath. "Senior, please don't force me." Zhan Wuhen guffawed loudly. "As you said, it is about choice, and one must always bear the consequences of his choices. Now, show this king your determination." After saying that, he rushed over in a flash. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and without communication, he and the embodiment split into two directions. One urged a Dragon Clan secret technique, while the other activated the heaven-devouring domain, pincering the enemy from left and right. With two loud bangs, without sensing any movements from Zhan Wuhen, Yang Kai and the embodiment felt an overwhelming force smash towards them. The force struck the two huge figures, sending them flying through countless houses and buildings. Zhan Wuhen took advantage of this opportunity to advance toward the embodiment. From the looks of it, he was determined to cripple the secret art the embodiment used and abolish his cultivation. How could Yang Kai allow such a thing? Still flying backwards from the last impact, Yang Kai raised his hand and the mountains and rivers bell was summoned. The small bell spun rapidly while expanding in the wind before he fell towards Zhan Wuhen. Zhan Wuhen did not even spare it a glance though and simply sent a kick at the mountains and rivers bell. There was a loud bang and the entire Tiger Roar city trembled violently as millions hugged their heads in pain. Zhan Wuhen quickly utilized the rebounding force from kicking the mountains and rivers bell to propel himself toward the embodiment. The embodiment roared in anger as the blazing evil fire on its body gathered into a blaze and enveloped Zhan Wuhen, setting him alight. Zhan Wuhen did not evade as the Emperor Qi coating his body kept him unscathed. Again and again he dashed right in front of the embodiment, who withdrew again and again. Seeing that he was about to send a palm strike though, the embodiment knew there was no way to retreat and could only return it with both of his fists. At the critical moment, Yang Kai flitted over next to him, and with his huge physique standing taller than the embodiment, they sent out a punch together. Hong! Two huge figures were thrown back as the combined force of the two was unable to withstand the power of Zhan Wuhen's single palm. The strength of a great emperor was evident. Moreover, since the battlefield was above Tiger Roar City, Zhan Wuhen was clearly holding back still. If this was not the case, it would be even more unbearable for Yang Kai and the embodiment. When retreating, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly narrowed, because Zhan Wuhen was chasing after them without any signs of slowing down. It was his first time facing a great emperor head-on, and Yang Kai did not hold anything back, but the gap in strength and cultivation was simply too great, so he could not see the slightest hope of victory at all. Zhan Wuhen's attacks were also extremely simple. He did not use any extravagant secret techniques. Nonetheless, these basic punches and kicks were akin to the most powerful divine abilities in the world. Even a random blow from him contained immense power. Millions of people in the city watched the battle without blinking, marveling at the power of a great emperor and worrying about Yang Kai simultaneously. Loud bangs and rumbles echoed endlessly, and countless buildings in the city collapsed. Broken walls and dilapidated structures could be seen everywhere. The battle was a one-sided situation from the beginning. Yang Kai and the embodiment were absolutely not Zhan Wuhen's opponents. The two huge figures did not even have the power to fight back and were beaten around like sandbags instead. The embodiment's cultivation was almost abolished by Zhan Wuhen several times, but thanks to Yang Kai, who managed to intervene at the critical moment each time, he managed to survive. However, if this continued, defeat was only a matter of time. The mountains and rivers bell, Dragon Clan secret technique, time flies seal, space divine abilities, Yang Kai almost used up all of his means, but these techniques, which had saved him countless times in the past, were all useless against Zhan Wuhen's fist. Yang Kai soon became only focused in the battle, unleashing his strength recklessly, completely ignoring whether it would destroy Tiger Roar City. With a bang and another loud noise, Xianxia and embodiment were knocked into the air once again. Only this time, Zhan Wuhen did not give Xianxia the chance to rescue the embodiment. He stretched out his large hand and grabbed the massive stone body. Under the restraint of a great emperor's might, the evil fire on the embodiment dimmed, and the 60-meter-tall figure's struggles turned meaningless. Visible lines suddenly spread out from the large hand, gradually wrapping themselves around the embodiment's entire body like a seal. Zhan Wuhen's voice resounded throughout the world. Xianxia, I hope you will learn from this and not go down the path of evil again. Xianxia's eyes turned red. His fists clenched tightly as he stood up from the ruins, screaming in grief and anger. I'm not convinced. This is unjust. Zhan Wuhen shook his head slowly and surged his emperor qi. The lines on the embodiment's body became denser and denser, gradually wrapping up his entire body. Even though no one knew what these lines were, they knew that it was Zhan Wuhen's means to abolish the embodiment's cultivation. It was indeed a pity that such a powerful existence was about to be destroyed by a great emperor because he cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law, but since this matter was related to heaven-devouring great emperor and the heaven-devouring battle law, no one could say whether Zhan Wuhen was in the right or wrong. At this moment, Zhan Wuhen suddenly frowned and turned to look at Xianxia. Upon seeing him, Zhan Wuhen's frown was immediately replaced by shock and he exclaimed, Xianxia, have you been corrupted by demon qi? As soon as these words came out, everyone's complexion changed drastically as they looked toward Xianxia together. There, they saw the half-dragon, which was Xianxia, overflowing with black qi that was filled with malevolence. Not only was everyone familiar with this black qi after fighting against the demon race for so long, but they also had a thorough understanding of demons too. At this moment, demon qi was undoubtedly bursting from Xianxia's physique, and it was extremely pure demon qi at that. Even compared to the demon qi exuded by the demon kings they faced, Xianxia's demon qi was on a different level, whether it was in terms of density or purity. Li Jiao's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he stared upwards, trying to figure out just when Xianxia was corroded by demon qi. Wasn't he a shaman king? And doesn't he have an extremely pure dragon clan bloodline? How is that possible that he was corrupted by demon qi so easily? There were no signs of it before. The 200,000 troops could not believe their eyes either. Only Yu Rumeng gazed at Xianxia with awestruck eyes, and even extended her scarlet tongue to lick her lips, as if she was served with the world's most delicious delicacy. Corroded by demon qi? Xianxia looked at Zhan Wuhen coldly, and sneered, Nonsense! Zhan Wuhen growled with a frown. There is a demon inside your heart. Xianxia grinned and cackled wildly, looking very pleased with himself as he roared. It's all thanks to Senior. Zhan Wuhen rebuked angrily. Focus your mind and guard your soul, otherwise, you will face imminent disaster. Xianxia shook his head slowly. Senior, you can bully me just because you're stronger than me. If I was stronger, I could teach Senior to show some proper respect too. You've already been demonified. Zhan Wuhen looked extremely serious. Really? Xianxia's smile curved into a strange grin. Then, demon transformation. He raised his right hand slightly and pressed it against his right eye as he chanted in an eerily deep voice. Black Eye Purgatory. Infinite darkness. Wang. The world trembled as it was abruptly shrouded in darkness. Not even the slightest speck of light could be seen anywhere. The only thing visible was a giant eye high up in the sky that was emitting an inexplicable darkness that seemed capable of sucking in one's soul. Millions of people in Tiger Roar City grimaced as they looked away, not daring to stare into that eye. There was tranquility in this dark world, or rather stillness, as if time had stopped. Most did not notice what happened next as they only felt the whole world flood with demon qi, sending chills down their spine. Only those second and third order emperors were able to sense some violent fluctuations of power from time to time. In this pitch-black world, Xianxia, the embodiment, and the great emperor were still locked in battle. After a while, there was a crack in the huge eye in the sky, and soon, the crack spread out like a dense spider web. followed by a quiet snapping sound. The huge eye shattered. Light was restored to the world and the darkness receded like the tide, relieving the repressive atmosphere in an instant. Everyone looked around, wondering what the final outcome of the battle was. Zhan Wu Hen roared furiously, "Yang Kai, do you know what you're doing?" Yang Kai's voice immediately followed up, but he sounded weak and haggard. "Senior forced me again and again, so I could only do this to protect myself." The millions of citizens of Tiger Roar City turned to the source of the voice and were dumbstruck in an instant. Yang Kai was standing mid-air, completely covered in blood, looking like a complete mess. His huge half-dragon form had reverted to his usual human form, but one arm and one leg were twisted at abnormal angles and were clearly broken. Li Jiao's eyes narrowed as this was the first time he had seen Yang Kai in such a wretched state. He had never been in such a miserable condition even when he caused a ruckus on Dragon Island. Could be seen that Zhan Wu Hen did not hold back much during their fight. It was to be expected though, as no one who made an enemy of a great emperor would have a good end. Li Jiao wasn't shocked by this though. What really shocked him at this moment was that a young woman had appeared next to Yang Kai at some point, with the latter's hand gripping her neck, clearly holding her hostage. Li Jiao recognized this young woman. She was Zhan Wu Hen's disciple, a girl named Lin Yuner, who seemed to have a good relationship with Yang Kai. But at this moment, Yang Kai had taken her as a hostage and placed his hand on her neck, looking as though he was prepared to kill her. Yang Kai has really been demonified. Li Jiao's head buzzed in confusion, making him unable to think properly. If Yang Kai had not undergone demonification, how could he have done such a crazy thing? The outbreak of wicked impulses in Yang Kai's mind must be the reason for him to fail to act reasonably. Li Jiao was instantly distressed. Gao Shueting also looked at Yang Kai in sorrow. She was the one who brought Lin Yuner here. Initially, she wanted Lin Yuner to persuade Iron Blood Great Emperor not to be too harsh on Yang Kai, but she never expected that when they returned, Tiger Roar City would be shrouded in darkness. When the light finally reappeared, the situation had already turned into this. She did not even notice Yang Kai seizing Lin Yuner. After being stunned for a moment, she quickly shouted, "Junior brother Yang, let her go. It's still not too late to turn back." Although Yang Kai's face was covered by demon qi and his expression was not visible, Gao Shueting clearly felt that he glanced at her, but there was no response. He clearly ignored her. Gao Shueting's heart sank. Such a situation showed that Yang Kai was completely demonified, and perhaps he could not even recognize himself anymore. "Uncle Yang?" Lin Yuner looked down at Yang Kai's broken arms and legs and her eyes suddenly turned red, tears trickling down her cheeks. "Are you in pain?" As soon as she asked that though, the demon qi shrouding Yang Kai's face trembled violently as he snapped, "Shut up." Her concern was returned with nothing but Yang Kai's fierce roar. Lin Yuner cried even more. It was uncertain if it was due to the heartache from seeing Yang Kai's injury or whether she felt sad after being yelled at by Yang Kai. This scene was unbearable to everyone. The man who turned the tide single-handedly with his own strength, saved Tiger Roar City from disasters numerous times, and led their army of 200,000 to countless victories, the symbol of invincibility they all looked up to and revered, had actually fallen to such a point. To protect himself, he even took a girl hostage and returned her concern with curses. No one could accept it, but the facts were presented right in front of them. They were all silent, watching Yang Kai, who was enveloped in demon qi, with mixed feelings in their eyes, as if they were looking at a stranger. Strictly speaking, when one was demonified, he or she would really turn into a different person. "Stop this now, Yang Kai." Zhan Wu Hen made a step forward. "Given all your contributions so far in this war, this king is willing to spare your life. I simply wish to cripple Shi Hua's cultivation." Lin Yuner immediately groaned as Yang Kai tightened his grip and a droplet of blood surfaced on her white and slender neck, followed by a cold voice from Yang Kai. "If you dare take another step forward, she'll become a corpse." "You dare?" Zhan Wu Hen was maddened. It was not easy for him to find a disciple who he could pass his mantle down to, so he cherished Lin Yuner more than his own life. How could he allow Yang Kai to kill his disciple? Yang Kai continued coldly. Senior is a great emperor, and I have to admit my own defeat. I'm afraid that I can't even escape from Senior. But believe me when I say I can make her die before you kill me. Zhan Wuhen's face darkened as he stared at Yang Kai, his majestic eyes pulsing with light as he asked faintly, "Tell me your conditions for letting Yuner go." Yang Kai answered, "I'll leave this place with her and set her free when we reach an appropriate location. However, if Senior dares to follow me, don't blame this junior for being ruthless." "That's all. That's all. How can I believe you?" Yang Kai replied, "I'm afraid that Senior has no choice. Either you let me go or I go to hell with her." Gao Shueting stepped forward and offered, "Yang Kai, let her go and I'll be your hostage." Yang Kai glanced at her and remarked harshly, "You're useless." Gao Shueting's face turned pale, and she felt like her heart had been severely cut, a soul-wrenching feeling overwhelming her in that instant. Zhan Wuhen continued, "Even if this king agrees to your condition, you may escape for a while, but can you avoid us for a lifetime? You may have fallen to the demon path, but as far as this king knows, you still have 4 wives. Have you ever thought about what will happen to them? How are you going to let them face the world in the future?" Yang Kai hoarsely laughed. "My own life is at risk now. Why should I care whether they live or die?" Zhan Wuhen slowly shook his head. "Yang Kai, you disappoint this king greatly. Cut the crap." Yang Kai yelled as the demon chi shrouding him surged, showing how unstable his mood was. "I have told you about my condition. Senior may take his time to consider it, but I am afraid she won't last that long." Lin Yuner was still fine with her neck being strangled by Yang Kai, but the demon chi he was emitting was spreading towards her like a living creature, attempting to corrupt her body. If they continued to delay, Lin Yuner might also become demonified. Zhan Wuhen knew that he could not hesitate any longer, and immediately waved his hand. "Good. This king will promise you, but this king will say this first. If you dare hurt Yuner, this king will hunt you down till the ends of the world and make you beg for death." Yang Kai guffawed. "Many thanks, Senior. I will be leaving now. Senior may rest assured that Yuner will come back safely." Saying so, he beckoned to his side and the embodiment immediately dashed out of a ruin. Compared to Yang Kai, his embodiment was in even worse shape. The evil fire around his body had all been extinguished and his spines had all been crushed. It was obvious that he had suffered a great loss in the battle just now, and it would probably take quite some time to fully recover. Yang Kai put his embodiment back into the sealed world bead before flickering, vanishing from sight. The entire city fell silent as Zhan Wuhen looked off in a certain direction thoughtfully. Gao Shueting and Li Jiao exchanged looks of shock as they simply couldn't believe that such a thing would happen today. They felt as though they were caught in some kind of nightmare and prayed secretly that it was really just a bad dream. That when they woke up, everything would return to its original state. You did this. You forced my brother-in-law to be like that. I'll kill you." Fu Ling screamed as she pounced at Zhan Wuhen and swung a punch. Hong! The punch landed on Zhang Wuhen's chest. Fu Ling was dumbfounded, as was everyone else watching. How was Iron Blood Great Emperor hit, even if it was a straight punch from a member of the Dragon Clan? Why didn't you dodge?" Fu Ling looked at Zhan Wuhen, flabbergasted. Although she did not feel awed by Iron Blood Great Emperor, he was still a great emperor, so it was natural for her to be a little worried about angering him by punching him like this. Zhan Wuhen just looked at her quietly and answered after a while, "He had a demon in his heart already. I did not force him to turn out like this." Fu Ling gritted her teeth. Who doesn't have a demon inside their heart? Who dares to say that one has a clear conscience for all their life? If you hadn't forced him again and again, how could my brother-in-law, how would he have ended up like this? Zhan Wuhen shook his head slowly. "It's too late to say this now. Return my brother-in-law to me." Fu Ling scolded as she smashed her fist on Zhan Wuhen's chest. Hong hong hong. The strength of a member of the Dragon Clan was so great that Zhan Wuhen was forced back slightly by her attacks. But he did not avoid or resist. Instead, he just quietly endured it. It was evident that today's events had a great impact on Zhan Wuhen. He was only here to inquire about the embodiment's cultivation of the heaven-devouring battle law, but never expected Yang Kai to completely fall to the demon path, going from a hero with great meritorious service to the star boundary into someone detested by all. If not, with the power of a great emperor, how could Fu Ling possibly get close to him and hit him? After today, Yang Kai would not be allowed to continue to live in the star boundary. After venting viciously for a while, Fu Ling finally stopped. Rubbing her swollen red eyes, she twisted her head and looked around mournfully. It's not fun outside at all. As she spoke, she shot straight into the sky. Li Jiao shouted, "Sister Ling, where are you going?" Fu Ling did not respond at all, however, and soon after, a mournful dragon roar echoed from the clouds. A purple light vaguely pierced the sky, then disappeared. Fu Ling felt disheartened that Yang Kai had fallen to the demon path and decided to return home. But at the moment, even those from Half-Dragon City did not bother to pay attention to her. A desolate atmosphere enveloped the entire Tiger Roar City, and everyone's hearts were disturbed by inexplicable emotions that could not be vented. Zhan Wuhen stood mid-air, seemingly waiting for something. Meanwhile, Li Jiao, Gao Shueting, and the others dared not bother him. Space principles fluctuated as Yang Kai desperately fled. He did not stop until he reached the southern swamp. After putting down Lin Yuner, Yang Kai waved his hand and ordered, "You may go." Lin Yuner rubbed her eyes and suddenly circled around Yang Kai with her hands behind her back, smiling. "Uncle Yang, did I do a good job?" The demon chi wrapping around Yang Kai's face trembled as he replied in a deep voice, "What are you talking about? Stop your gibberish. I will kill you if you don't leave now." Lin Yuner pouted. "Master already told me everything. Is Uncle Yang still going to lie to me?" Yang Kai's eyes widened. "Senior Iron Blood already told you? What did he tell you?" Lin Yuner giggled. "Master told me to visit Tiger Roar City at the right time, and then let you take me hostage so that you could get away." Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "Why didn't I know about this?" Lin Yuner shrugged. "Yuner doesn't know. Wasn't Senior Sister Gao the one who went to find you?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. Lin Yuner answered, "But that was probably just a coincidence. Sister Gao came to me just as I was about to head to Tiger Roar City and told me that Master was causing trouble for you. She asked me to go and persuade Master. Then I went with her and you captured me. Didn't Master tell you to do so?" Yang Kai could not stop his face from twitching as he rolled his eyes. "I just thought it would make more sense to capture you. And it seems that Senior Iron Blood had the same considerations. Just that he didn't give me the details." Lin Yuner nodded. Yes. Uncle Yang, what on earth are you doing this for?" Yuner doesn't understand. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "If you don't know, don't think about it. Never mention our conversation to anyone. Just treat it as if it never happened. If someone asks about what happened after being held hostage by me when you go back, just say that I suddenly lost my mind to the corrosion of the demon chi and you took the opportunity to escape. And then, no problem." Lin Yuner nodded her head repeatedly like a chicken pecking rice before she suddenly stretched out a slender finger to poke at the demon chi on Yang Kai's face. "But Uncle Yang, this disguise is so realistic. Is it really demon chi? Don't touch it." Yang Kai retreated hastily before saying, "Go back, I should be going as well. Tell Senior Iron Blood that I will do my best about what they have entrusted me to do." After saying that, and with another flicker, Yang Kai disappeared from the spot. Lin Yuner remained standing, staring glumly at where Yang Kai was for a while, not knowing where he had gone. Only after some time did she return the same way she had come, gloomily. The next day, a stream of light from afar soared over Tiger Roar City. Zhan Wuhen, who had been standing mid-air, looked up with a somber expression. The stream of light landed straight in front of him, revealing Lin Yuner, whose eyes were red and swollen, as though she had been crying for quite some time. Even now she could not stop choking and sobbing. Zhan Wuhen hurriedly asked, "Are you hurt?" Lin Yuner shook her head, haltingly replying, "And no, it's just that, Uncle Yang." Zhan Wuhen asked, "Where did he go?" Lin Yuner replied, "I don't know. He suddenly started acting erratically, and I took the opportunity to run away. After that, I don't know where he went. Zhang Wuhen patted her head. As long as you are fine, go back and rest. Lin Yuner nodded and walked towards the space array somewhat dejectedly. Below, Gao Shueting, Li Jiao, and the others were looking at Zhang Wuhen, waiting for him to speak. Zhang Wuhen did not keep them waiting for long. Soon, a deep voice resounded throughout the Tiger Roar City. High Heaven Palace's Palace Master. Yang Kai has experienced demonification and fallen to the demon path. He is a man of great strength and high cultivation. But from this moment forth, if anyone meets him in the future and has the opportunity, kill him for the safety of the people. The Tiger Roar City shook at his words. In just 2 days, the banner of Tiger Roar City had turned into a demon sought by everyone to be killed. Such a change made it impossible for everyone to adapt. Zhang Wuhen was clearly not finished though as his voice sounded again. In view of Yang Kai's terrible crime, all disciples under him will immediately return to High Heaven Palace and will not be allowed to leave without this king's permission. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. There were 5,000 disciples from High Heaven Palace in Tiger Roar City, and at this moment, all of them were enraged as it was an incredible shame for High Heaven Palace to close its gates. But Yang Kai's previous actions indeed deserved to be castigated. So these disciples choked back their anger and reluctance. Moreover, who would dare disobey an order from a great emperor? Under Zhang Wuhen's supervision, the 5,000 High Heaven Palace disciples were split from the rest and sent back to the Northern Territory's High Heaven Palace via space array. Yang Kai has been demonified. In a certain city, Bing Yun summoned Su Yan and others, and announced with a solemn expression. He fell to the demon path during a battle with Senior Iron Blood, then escaped by holding Lin Yuner hostage, and has not been seen since. Ji Yao just happened to enter the room with a cup of tea at that moment, but upon hearing the news, she temporarily lost her composure and allowed the cup to fall to the ground with a crash. She was silent for a moment before she bent down to pick up the fragments, but her tender body was still shaking. Her head buzzed with Bing Yun's words and she could not think straight. Su Yan and others also looked at Bing Yun in befuddlement. Impossible! Shanqing Luo was the first to express her disbelief and frowned. Where did Senior get this news? Bing Yun sighed. This queen also thinks there is something strange about this situation. But this news was passed on by Iron Blood Great Emperor himself, and it happened just yesterday. Blood was drained from the faces of Su Yan and the others while Ji Yao, who was picking up the broken cup fragments, retracted her hand slightly and accidentally slipped a fingertip over a sharp piece of porcelain, causing blood to ooze out of the cut. With a second-order Emperor realm cultivation, getting cut by a piece of ordinary porcelain showed just how chaotic her mood was right now. Slowly getting up, Ji Yao questioned, "Honored Master, has the matter been confirmed?" Bing Yun glanced at her and sighed. This queen has asked Li Jiao, and Li Jiao has confirmed the authenticity of the news. It seems to be true. I don't believe it, Shanqing Luo shouted, positively fuming. That old fart Li Jiao must be making irresponsible remarks. I'm going to see him this instant. She stood up to leave, but Su Yan grabbed her arm. Big sister. Shanqing Luo turned to look at Su Yan. Su Yan slowly shook her head though and sent her a divine sense message. Did you forget what we were told? Shanqing Luo was startled for a moment but quickly recalled what Yang Kai had said a while ago to them. He told them he was going to the demon realm, and he would do so through an unconventional method. Was this what he meant? What could be a better method to go to the demon realm other than this? Becoming demonified and falling to the demon path was indeed an excellent way to get the demon race to accept him. Shanqing Luo fell deep into thought after hearing Su Yan's reminder. Ji Yao, who was watching from the side, suddenly seemed to have realized something as well. No matter what you hear or see, don't believe it. Something Yang Kai said to her a few months ago surfaced in her mind and Ji Yao turned to look outside. Were you referring to the current situation? There was a depressing silence in the hall that was only broken by Bing Yun's sigh. Yang Kai is currently missing, and Senior Iron Blood has given the order that everyone from High Heaven Palace is to immediately return to the Northern Territory. The sect's gates are to be closed, and anyone who defies his orders and leaves the palace without permission will be killed without mercy. Shanqing Luo retorted angrily, "We all have to return to High Heaven Palace? He means to put us under house arrest. How can he do such a thing?" Bingyun shook her head though and explained, "Calm yourself. What Senior Iron Blood is doing is not to harm High Heaven Palace, but rather a kind of protection in disguise. It seems that Senior Iron Blood is sending you back to the sect in consideration for Yang Kai's contributions before." Shanqing Luo sneered, "Should I thank him for it then? Whether or not Yang Kai was demonified, his reputation had been completely ruined, and it was all because of the battle with Iron Blood Great Emperor. So Shanqing Luo naturally would have a bias against Zhang Wuhen." Su Yan, however, chastised, "Luor, watch your words. Honored Master is right. Senior Iron Blood did indeed do this as a means of protecting High Heaven Palace's disciples. If something like this happened to Yang Kai, any High Heaven Palace disciple still roaming around outside would be suspected and might even be targeted. By then, skirmishes could escalate into a major conflict. If any internal strife occurred, it would only add to the debacle High Heaven Palace was already in. Forcing them all to return to High Heaven Palace and closing the gates was the best strategy at the moment." Since Su Yan had spoken, Shanqing Luo did not dare to say more even though she was still angry, but her expression remained irritable. Bingyun spoke, "I will inquire more regarding Yang Kai's situation. Even if he really experienced some kind of cultivation dissonance, there must be a root cause, and he may even have the opportunity to set things right. You know how capable he is, so don't worry too much. For now, gather your High Heaven Palace disciples and prepare to return." "Yes," Su Yan responded and led Shui Yu and Shanqing Luo out. "Yaoer," Bingyun called. "Disciple is here," Jiao responded. "Go to Tiger Roar City and inquire directly from Li Jiao about what happened yesterday," Bingyun ordered. "Yes, I will leave immediately." Jiao planned to go to Tiger Roar City to clarify the situation anyway, so now that she had Bingyun's command, she would not delay a moment longer and hurriedly headed over via space array. "Yang Kai has been demonified," when Jishan shouted as he held a jade slip and used his divine sense to read the information within. He could not believe what he had just read. The jade slip was sent from Gao Shueting and it was branded with her divine sense, so it was certainly real. Moreover, Gao Shueting also explained the incident in detail on the jade slip, which made it difficult for Wen Jishan to doubt it. He was out of sorts for a long time before he ordered Chun Qian to head to Tiger Roar City and inquire from Gao Shueting face to face. In another city, Yang Yan also held a jade slip in her hand and frowned as she muttered, "What's that fool doing? Why did he suddenly mess with Iron Blood and get himself demonified?" Below her, a group of Emperor Realm Masters, who came to ask for reinforcements, did not dare to interrupt her after seeing the changes on her face. A moment later, Yang Yan summoned an Emperor Realm Master and asked him to travel to Tiger Roar City to inquire about the situation. "Yang Kai has been demonified. What do you think of this?" In a great hall, Luan Feng asked Fan Wu and Song Go in a deep voice. "When did this happen?" Song Go widened his eyes, startled. "I just received the news," Luan Feng replied with a solemn expression. Fan Wu continued, "I, too, just received the news. It seems to have just happened yesterday. Has the brat really fallen to the demon path?" Song Go could hardly believe his ears. Fan Wu replied, "Word came from Iron Blood Great Emperor himself. I don't think it's false." Song Go was dumbfounded and mumbled, "How could he fall to the demon path? That's impossible. Are you sure it is not a mistake?" Luan Feng and Fan Wu shook their heads slowly as the former remarked, "This matter is of great importance and can't be a simple misunderstanding." After hearing it, Song Go sighed. What a waste. Although Yang Kai often came to ancient wild lands to trouble them, Song Go still admired him. He rarely saw such a talented and amazing junior. However, now that he was demonified, it meant that Yang Kai would no longer have a future. Luan Feng pressed on. Whether he is demonified or not, he is still involved with the descendant of Heaven's order. Though there has still been no news about her ever since she entered the Blood Gate that day, years ago, Perhaps she will appear soon. You know how important Yang Kai is to her. So who knows how she will react when she finds out he is in a bad situation. Fan Wu nodded solemnly. What Lady Feng said is true. Then, in Lady Feng's opinion, how should we deal with this? Luan Feng proposed. Find his whereabouts as soon as possible and send him to the ancient wild lands. By then, even if the descendant of Heaven's order returns, she won't be able to make any complaints. Fan Wu nodded. This is a good idea. Let's do so. Luan Feng continued. Then, I'll get Fei to go to Tiger Roar City to inquire about the situation and find out which direction Yang Kai fled. Time is ticking. We need to act immediately. For a time, many came to Tiger Roar City from all over to inquire about the incident, turning it into quite the lively scene. At the same time, as if it had wings, the news about Yang Kai's falling to the demon path spread all over the major cities in the Western Territory in just a few days. It also rapidly spread to the Southern, Eastern, and Northern territories. When those who knew Yang Kai learned of the news, their first reaction was to take it as nonsense or just some made-up rumor. But the rumor was spread in vivid detail like it was real. It also included details that Yang Kai was defeated by Iron Blood Great Emperor, and shamelessly kidnapped Lin Yuner to get away in the end. After this rumor was confirmed, the entire star boundary went into an uproar. No one expected that such a dazzling rising star would truly fall to the demon path, or had cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law. Things often changed or were lost when rumors spread. Therefore, as the news continued to proliferate, Yang Kai had gradually become the one who cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law instead of his embodiment. Both falling to the demon path and cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law were intolerable to those of the star boundary. Yang Kai's reputation had been completely tainted. In addition to the words of Iron Blood Great Emperor, many even rolled up their sleeves and secretly looked forward to finding Yang Kai to kill him. Their desire was to carry out a righteous act and eliminate danger while becoming heroes at the same time. Although Yang Kai did not know the situation of the outside world, he could more or less guess, and he had long been prepared for it. In the small sealed world, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in the medicine garden beside the firmament tree with a solemn expression. Two wood spirits hovered in mid-air, hiding several tens meters away, looking at Yang Kai worriedly. They could not help him at the moment and were as anxious as ants on a hot walk. The gold and silver sealing power of the firmament tree poured into Yang Kai's body slowly under his guidance, and into his dantian to reseal the ancient demon chi. Earlier, Yang Kai used the ancient demon chi to feign being demonified and falling to the demon path in perfect cooperation with Iron Blood Great Emperor. But now, he realized that things had become a little troublesome. Ever since he absorbed this ancient demon chi outside Maplewood City, Yang Kai did not have a permanent way to deal with it. He could only seal it with the power of the firmament tree. However, after several unsealings, the ancient demon chi had become more and more powerful. It seemed to have become purer and also more and more difficult to control. The ancient demon chi sealed in his dantian was like a living creature that grew more powerful after every unsealing, which made it more difficult for Yang Kai to seal it back again, requiring more sealing power each time. Yang Kai discovered this long ago. However, the situation had become much more serious now, and Yang Kai was no longer certain he could seal the demon chi. Will the false rumors really come true? Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. It would be a great loss if he was really demonified like this. By constraining his mind and getting rid of miscellaneous thoughts, Yang Kai controlled the sealing power of the firmament tree to suppress the ancient demon chi. Little by little, back into his dantian. As time passed, the gold and silver light of the firmament tree became dimmer and dimmer, almost looking like it would be completely depleted in the next moment. However, the ancient demon chi on Yang Kai's body still showed no sign of reducing, and was trembling and churning menacingly. Not good. Yang Kai was worried, but there was nothing he could do. Not far away, Mu Zhu and Mu Na obviously noticed the terrible situation, and after exchanging looks, they seemed to have made up their mind and flew over to Yang Kai. Aware of their movements, Yang Kai opened his eyes to look at them, shouting, "Don't come closer." Mu Zhu and Mu Na turned a deaf ear to him, though as their small bodies landed on the branches of the firmament tree, and they both quickly performed a series of complex hand seals. Subsequently, a strange resonance was formed between the two wood spirits and the firmament tree. The radiance of the firmament tree that was gradually fading earlier suddenly burst into a brilliant halo of gold and silver light, causing its sealing power to become extremely vigorous. Xianxia was stunned but wasted no time as he hurriedly guided the sealing power. The trembling ancient demon chi on the surface of his body was suppressed little by little, and its evil and violent aura gradually disappeared. After quite some time, there was no longer any ancient demon chi visible as it had all been suppressed into Xianxia's dantian, allowing his body to return to its regular state, even feeling more comfortable than ever before. Mu Zhu and Mu Na were drenched in sweat and panting at this moment. It was obvious that both of them had just performed a secret technique of the Wood Spirit clan, which took a great toll on them. "Are both of you all right?" Xianxia opened his eyes and asked. The two Wood Spirits shook their heads together, and Mu Zhu glanced to the side. "We are fine, but the firmament tree." Xianxia followed her gaze and found that the firmament tree was on the verge of death. Its branches were drooping and it seemed shriveled and dying. The gold and silver tints that should have existed were now gone, and all that remained was a withered husk. Mu Na explained, "We stimulated its vitality forcefully, which caused it great damage." Xianxia frowned. "Will it die?" Mu Zhu shook her head. "No, the firmament tree is extremely tenacious. Furthermore, there is an endless stream of vitality from the immortal tree here, so it's impossible for it to die that easily. But we have no idea how long it will take to fully recover. Master, don't remove the demon chi seal in the future. Without the power of the firmament tree, you won't be able to seal it again." Xianxia nodded solemnly. Noted. The price that he paid for this plan was enormous. Not only was his reputation destroyed, but he had also lost one of his most powerful trump cards. Nevertheless, what was done could not be undone, and he could only move forward. Xianxia sent the two Wood Spirits to take a rest while he adjusted his breathing for a while to make sure that there was nothing off about his condition. Only after a thorough inspection did Xianxia exit the small sealed world and identify his location before rushing off in a certain direction. In the sky, a figure passed by at an incredibly fast speed. From time to time, it stopped to examine the surroundings before setting off again. Tracking him, this person was able to follow the trail of Xianxia's departure. It was unknown how this person found Xianxia's traces, as the latter had fled into the southern swamp and had spent a few days recovering. Afterwards, he used his space divine ability many times to travel quite a distance. It was extremely difficult to track him down even for a great emperor. But this person was able to track him without any difficulty. The figure stopped again, and under the hazy moonlight, a graceful and curvy body was revealed, her hair flying in the wind. Surprisingly, it was actually a charming woman. Yu Meng. Ever since Xianxia escaped from Tiger Roar City, she had also disappeared. Gao Shueting and the others searched for her for several days, but to no avail. No one knew where she had gone off to. At the moment, Yu Meng's beautiful eyes were glinting with a quaint divine light, like a beast stalking its prey, full of excitement. From time to time, she stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her red lips, giving off a wild sense of seduction. She stood in the sky, her hair flying in the night breeze. Suddenly, she turned around, stared in one direction, giggled, and mumbled to herself, "Husband, I'm coming for you. You can't run." As soon as she finished her sentence, her body turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the sky in the blink of an eye. There was just dead silence in the wilderness, as even the insects hiding in the soil seemed to be frightened and decided to stay quiet the whole night. He City, located on the border of the southern and western territories, was a small town with a population of only a few 100,000. There was no decent master in the city, and even the city lord was only a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Such a city was almost considered to be insignificant in star boundary. The population in the city was originally bigger, but with the war between the two worlds, and because He City was located at the border of the southern territory, Most of the residents in the city have fled to the depths of the Southern Territory in fear that the demon race would attack. Currently, the population had already sharply dropped by more than half. However, whether it was turbulent times or a thriving era, there was one field that would never cease: prostitution. And He City was not big, but it had its fair share of brothels. The largest one was Springbreeze Drizzle House. Perhaps exactly because they were in turbulent times, the indulgence in a wanton life had become of even greater importance. So, even though the population of He City had been reduced by more than half, the business of Springbreeze Drizzle House was better than usual. Pimps and procuresses kept welcoming and sending customers off, and the makeup-clad girls smiled happily, soliciting benefactors enthusiastically with their alluring voices. The building was luxuriously decorated, and the vivid murals filled Springbreeze Drizzle House with a seductive aura. The main hall was filled with tables seated with guests who cheered their cups with the company of loosely dressed girls, their hands running up and down their bodies from time to time, causing strings of giggles to ring throughout the room. Meanwhile, bursts of gasps and moans could be heard from behind the doors of the closed wings. There was a bang, and a person suddenly flew out of a room on the second floor. He fell heavily on the first floor, rolled over a few times, and laid motionless. The noisy hall fell into a weird silence at this moment, and everyone turned their heads in the direction of the source of the commotion. Lying motionless on the ground was a dirty and drunken young man with a stubbled face. It was possible that he was dead. Fights often happened in the brothels, so the guests here were not surprised and were indifferent to the scene. In fact, they all looked at the young man on the ground with disgust. There were only a few reasons for this to happen. It was either he was beaten up by someone in a dispute or he had no money to pay after using the services in the brothel. Either reason was not worthy of sympathy. The guests were indifferent, but Mama Song, who greeted the guests at the door, was infuriated and yelled at a certain man, who wore a black outfit on the second floor. "Waste! You have to pay for the broken tables and chairs." Mama Song was an old procuress in Springbreeze Drizzle House. Her cultivation was not high and she was probably beautiful when she was young. However, age had put her a little out of shape. Although she was still charming in her own way, she could no longer take up guests, and could only be an usher, welcoming and sending off guests. Seeing Mama Song so upset, the man dressed in black nimble garments who knocked down the youth on the second floor smiled and said, "Calm down, Mama. This boy is the one who's at fault." "What happened?" Mama Song walked to the young man with her hands on her waist and gave him a kick, but there was no reaction. She then blurted in shock, "Don't tell me he's dead." The man in nimble garments replied, "I don't think so. He cultivates, and I didn't exert much of my strength. How could he be dead?" At this moment, a young woman covered in only a piece of fabric came out of the room. The half-translucent fabric barely covered her alluring curves, and the men below could not help giving her a second look. The woman leaned against the railing and looked down, pouting. "He deserves to be beaten to death." She complained to Mama Song coquettishly, "Mama, you have to stand up for your girl. This guy has been drinking with me for several days and doesn't even have money to pay for it." "No money?" Mama Song raised her eyebrows with an angry expression on her face. "How dare he visit a brothel without any money? Who is this bastard?" "That's right." The woman on the second floor also looked disgusted. "He looked like an extraordinary, handsome young man, and I thought he was a rich young lord, but how could I have known he was just a poor brat? I have suffered a huge loss." Mama Song snorted coldly and waved, "Search him to see if there is anything valuable on him." When the words fell, two men dressed like pimps walked over to search the young man. After a while, both of them looked up and shook their heads. "Nothing." "Damn it." Mama Song gritted her pristine teeth. "Drag him down, then chop him up and turn him into fertilizer." The two men did not hesitate at all as they began dragging the young man out. A guest nearby laughed and commented, "Mama Song, aren't you too cruel? It's only a few days' worth of wine. Are you actually going to chop him up for something so small?" Mama Song answered with a cold face, "Are you going to pay for him? If you are willing to pay for him, I will let him go." The customer chuckled, "Forget I said anything. Mama Song glared at him, then looked at the young man. After staring for a moment though, she seemed surprised, and raised her hand. Wait! The two men stopped their feet immediately and turned to look at her, not knowing what she was going to do. Mama Su stepped forward and fanned her hand in front of her nose with a frown, unable to stand the stench of the alcohol. Is he really still alive? The two looked at each other and one of them touched the young man's chest, while the other placed a finger under his nose to check for any signs of breathing, and then both of them nodded in unison. He's still alive. Mama Song raised her brow, circled around the youth, then stopped in front of him. She took out a silk handkerchief and grabbed his chin with it, examining his face for a while before her eyes suddenly lit up. Take him down and give him a bath, then send him to my room. The two men were dumbfounded. Hurry up! Mama Song glared at them. The two did not dare to hesitate and immediately heeded her commands. The guest who interjected before laughed and asked, Don't tell me Mama has her eyes on that brat. Mama Song retorted, So what? This madam likes him. The crowd was in an instant uproar. They did not expect her to admit it and some were a little surprised, while others made fun of Mama Song for not having any standards, even being attracted to a rotten brat. Mama Song was obviously used to such a scene and took no effort to handle the situation. She flirted with the guests heartily for a while, but deep down, she was feeling restless. She had been in the brothel for more than 100 years, welcoming and sending away guests every day, and had developed a keen eye for people. Although the young man was a little sloppy and messy, she could tell with a little grooming, he had the potential to be an extraordinary man. She had no right to choose her clients in her younger days, and she had to serve them with all her heart even when they were old or ugly. Now, as a mama, she naturally got to do as she pleased. Tonight was her lucky night. After entertaining the guests for a while, Mama Song swayed her hips up towards the 4th floor. The 4th floor was the highest floor of Springbreeze Drizzle building, and there were only a few rooms here, one of which belonged to her. Pushing the door open, she walked in and turned around to close it. With an expectant smile on her face, Mama Song bit her red lips as she walked towards the bed slowly with lust-filled eyes. As expected, the young man was sleeping soundly on the bed. Taking a closer look under the soft light, Mama Song broke into a smile. Her vision was indeed excellent. With just a little freshening and dressing, this young man really appeared to have a noble bearing. Greatly drawn by his appearance, she stretched out a hand and gently caressed the young man's chest. Her hands trembled at the feel of his steady and sturdy heartbeat, and her legs even squeezed together involuntarily. Covering her smile with a hand, she got up and went to the side of the table, mixed a bowl of sobering medicine, and returned to the bedside. She lifted the young man up to lean on her and fed the medicine down his throat. Putting down the bowl, she sat on the side of the bed and waited quietly. She waited for a long time, but nothing happened. Mama Song frowned. She knew something was not right. The sobering medicine she used was powerful, and it should have worked by now. Why is this guy still not awake? Did he drink too much the last few days? Thinking so, she mixed another bowl of sobering medicine and downed it into the youth. She waited for a while again, but still, there was no movement. Mama Song's face sank, and her good mood got completely ruined. In a rage, she poured the remaining sober medicine into a pot and poured it into the youth's mouth. After another hour, there was still no response. The young man on the bed was still snoring like a dead pig. Mama Song ground her teeth, turned around, and mounted the bed. She did not care if he was sleeping like a pig or not. It's not like she hadn't taken things like this into her own hands before. She reached out and stripped herself completely naked, revealing her porcelain white body. Although her figure was a little bit loose here and there from age, it could be seen that Mama Song definitely had the right to boast when she was younger. She had snow-white skin, her peaks stood tall and proud, her legs were slender, and her bottom was still perky. The only issue was there was a bit of swell on her belly now. After she finished, she began to strip the clothes off the young man. There were not many pieces, but it was unexpectedly troublesome because the young man did not cooperate. He would flail his legs and arms from time to time, disrupting her, and it took a long time to take off just his coat. Mama Song gritted her teeth and decided to drop all reservations. Who would have known that Yang Kai, who was the one on the bed, was just as desperate? He had never thought that there would come a day that he would actually be used by a woman, especially by such a woman in a brothel. If he knew this would happen, he would never have come here. In this situation, it was not a good idea for him to suddenly wake up, so he could only act according to the circumstance. After a fierce entanglement, Yang Kai was finally stripped naked by Mama Song. Oh, finally! Mama Song was sweaty, but knowing that good things were about to happen, she finally let out a sigh of relief. With a hop, she got on top of Yang Kai and lifted her body before sliding down slowly, with a look of expectation appearing on her face. However, at that exact moment, a small, cold hand materialized behind her and grabbed her neck. Shock instantly etched on Mama Song's beautiful face as she angrily shouted, "Who?" Mama Song had no clue who was standing behind her, but with just a little bit of force from the small, cold hand, her neck cracked and her body limply slumped to the floor, her vitality extinguished in an instant. Standing beside the bed, Yu Meng took out a silk cloth to wipe her hands and looked at the body on the ground with disgust. "How dare you touch this queen's man?" Tossing the silk cloth that she used to wipe her hands, Yu Meng walked to the bedside and lowered her head to look at Yang Kai, who was lying on the bed, with a livid expression. Fortunately, she came in time. If she was just a step later, would this shameless couple not have started their business? She knew Yang Kai had several wives, but those women were with him before she met him, so she could not help it. But who was this procuress in the brothel? She was not an innocent girl in any way, shape, or form, and since Yu Meng had already used her heart seal secret technique on Yang Kai, she could not be separated from him for the rest of her life. As such, she would never allow Yang Kai to be defiled by such a dirty woman. She fumed at the thought of it and glared at Yang Kai as she bellowed, "Get up!" Under the surge of her divine sense, her voice carried enough power to even damage one's soul. Yang Kai frowned before his eyelids quivered and slowly opened. When their eyes met, Yu Meng's boiling anger immediately ceased, because she felt something was wrong with the man in front of her. His dusky eyes were filled with despair greater than death, as if all the light in this world had been extinguished. She had not known Yang Kai for a long time, but this man has always been in high spirits. No matter where he was the center of the world. However, at this moment, he looked exhausted and haggard like a bird knocked out of the clouds that had fallen into the mud. The truth was indeed not far from this, though. He, who was the brightest star in the star boundary, had degraded to a notorious demon, and one of the great emperors had issued an order to kill him on sight. Thus, he had truly fallen to his lowest point. Yu Meng sighed. "Why?" Yang Kai did not respond as he just stared at her with dim, dispirited eyes. Yu Meng lowered herself and sat on the side of the bed, stretched out her jade hand to caress Yang Kai's cheek, and softly spoke, "Even if everyone abandons you, you still have me." A vague light flashed across Yang Kai's empty eyes as they moved slightly. Yu Meng revealed a gentle smile. She wanted to imprint the smile into the deepest part of Yang Kai's heart and turn it into a driving force for him to stay strong. The next moment, Yang Kai suddenly became wild. He grabbed her and flipped over so she was trapped under his body. He placed his hand on her towering bosoms and kneaded her ruthlessly. He did not intend to be gentle with her and stretched out his other hand to grab her belt, ripping it off directly. He proceeded to kiss Yu Meng's lips unscrupulously with his mouth, which still stank of alcohol. Yu Meng moaned and struggled constantly, but how could she shake him off? Her entire body was pressed tight beneath him, making it impossible to move at all. Feeling that her clothes were being stripped layer by layer, Yu Meng immediately panicked and twisted her head aside. "Stop! You're hurting me!" Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her cries as the expression on his face only became more ferocious and horrifying. Hot steam puffed out of his nostrils. It was as if the person he was pressed against was not Yu Meng but the greatest enemy of his life, and he could not wait to devour her bones, drink her blood, and feast on her flesh. How could Yu Meng allow him to continue to do so, though? It was normal for men and women to be intimate in bed when they were deeply in love and had mutual consent. But how would Yu Rumeng willingly hand over her body in this situation? Failing to shake him off, Yu Rumeng raised her hand and slapped Yang Kai. With a crisp snap, Yang Kai's head was turned to the side, and his violent and wanton actions came to a sudden halt. Yu Rumeng gasped and looked at Yang Kai coldly. "You forced me to do this." Yang Kai did not move, as if he was struck by a binding secret technique. Yu Rumeng frowned and reached out to touch Yang Kai's slapped cheek and tried her best to speak in a gentle tone. "I didn't want to slap you, but please wake up. Do you know what you're doing?" Yang Kai did not seem to be interested in answering, or maybe he was too lazy to reply to her. He completely ignored her, slowly crawled away from her, wrapped himself with a blanket, and then sat at the table. He picked up a half-finished bottle of wine on the table and poured it into his mouth with his head lifted high. Behind him, Yu Rumeng quickly put on a new set of clothes. Once she was dressed, she approached Yang Kai, who had already downed several bottles. Yu Rumeng sat down quietly, looked at him and whispered, "Stop." As expected, Yang Kai still did not respond. After persuading several times in succession, Yu Rumeng grabbed the bottle from Yang Kai's hand and retorted with her teeth gritted, "I told you to stop drinking. Give it to me." Yang Kai turned around and looked at her with a darkened face, his eyes filled with clear murderous intent. Yu Rumeng raised her chin. "What? Do you want to kill me? Do it if you want to." While saying so, she stretched out her neck to Yang Kai, looking as if she would not resist any actions from him at all. A hint of struggle could be seen in Yang Kai's eyes, but in the end, he did not do it. He hugged his head in pain and remarked in an astringent voice, "I just want to get drunk. Why are you trying to stop me? I know you are not willing to continue like this." Yu Rumeng smiled. She had no idea what she was delighted about, but she felt a little glad. "Leave. Don't get close to me. I don't know when I will turn back into a demon." Yang Kai waved his hand. Yu Rumeng did not leave, however, and instead came even closer and snuggled up beside him, pressing her towering chest onto his arm as she whispered, "I won't leave, you're my man. I'll go wherever you go." Yang Kai pushed her away and bitterly declared, "You saw what happened in Tiger Roar City. Stop getting close to me. Live well in the future and find someone else good to marry." Yu Rumeng tilted her head and asked with a grin, "What kind of person do you want me to marry? Someone who is not like me?" Yang Kai sneered at himself. Yu Rumeng tilted her head. "But the only one I love is you. What should I do?" Yang Kai looked at her blankly and stated, "You must be blind then." Yu Rumeng was stunned for a moment, then covered her mouth and smiled, trembling in joy for a while. Suddenly, she got up, took Yang Kai's hand and pulled him up. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai questioned weakly, moving just like a walking corpse. "Didn't you want a drink? I'll accompany you." Yu Rumeng pushed her Emperor Qi and at the same time, embraced Yang Kai and dashed out. The hall on the first floor was still lively at that time, but in a flash Yu Rumeng and Yang Kai appeared in the center of the hall. Yu Rumeng looked around for a moment before she walked straight to the largest table in the center. When she reached the side of the table, she shouted at the people around the table, "Get out!" There were 7 guests and 7 girls at this table, all of them drinking and having fun, so they were stunned when they were suddenly yelled at. However, when they looked up, the 7 guests immediately widened their eyes and gasped at Yu Rumeng covetously. And He City was just a small place in a remote region. Even though Springbreeze Drizzle House was the largest brothel, the quality and beauty of the girls here were mediocre at best. How could these girls ever be compared to an outstanding beauty like Yu Rumeng? Whether it was her body shape, face, or temperament, few women in the entire star boundary could be compared to Yu Rumeng. In comparison, the girls in their arms felt like country hicks while the woman in front of them was a majestic goddess. If they could spend a single evening with her, death would be a small price to pay. A big-bellied man squinted at Yu Rumeng in lust and guffawed. "Why didn't I know that you have such a beautiful girl here?" After saying so, he got up to grab Yu Rumeng. By how he behaved, it seemed that he wanted to replace the woman who was accompanying him. But before he could even half lift his hand, His whole arm abruptly exploded into blood mist. The man was confused for a moment, but soon the pain reached him and he started to scream shrilly. Suddenly, his cry stopped, and his entire body exploded. The faces of the other people at the table changed drastically. They immediately woke up from their drunken state, got up together, and glared at Yu Rumeng. The few girls screamed. Their beautiful faces turned pale in fright. "How dare you kill someone here?" A man yelled angrily. Although he did not see how his companion died, it was obviously due to this exceptionally beautiful woman before them. As he shouted, he summoned a sword and raised his hand in an attempt to slash her. Yu Rumeng just coldly stared at him as a quaint divine light flashed across her eyes. The man instantly froze, seemingly in a daze. Before the next moment he stabbed the long sword in his hand into his own chest. Pooh! Blood splashed everywhere and the man limply fell to the ground. However, even as he lay there dead, a satisfied smile filled his face. Such an unbelievable scene was truly terrifying. The whole hall went silent and the remaining men gulped. It was only then that they realized the woman in front of them had an extremely high cultivation. Otherwise, she would not have been able to kill someone without them even realizing how she did it. Scram! Yu Rumeng gently moved her red lips, but the words she spat out were as cold as ice. It was as though everyone had been released from their bindings suddenly and quickly turned around to run. Not only did the people at the table run, but even those in the hall had turned to flee. The scene turned into a mess. Yu Rumeng continued, "Bring all the wine you have." After giving her command, she waved her hand to clean the table and sat down with Yang Kai. Spring Breeze Drizzle House was now empty of all guests except Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng, who were now sitting opposite to each other. The large table was filled with wine bottles as several men working for Spring Breeze Drizzle House had obediently and respectfully emptied the wine cellar for them. Yang Kai grabbed one bottle after another and kept filling his mouth with wine. It was as though his stomach was a bottomless hole that could hold an unlimited amount of it. Yu Rumeng sat opposite to him and watched him quietly. After he emptied a bottle, she would hand him another without saying a word. 10 bottles, 50 bottles, 100, 200. After some time, Yang Kai suddenly let out a long roar and threw the wine bottle out of his hand. His roar sounded like thunder, making the whole Anhui city tremble. The roar only fell silent after a long time while Yang Kai looked at Yu Rumeng, his lips twitching. With a miserable look on his face, he shouted, "I can't get drunk." "Then just continue drinking. Drink until you get drunk." Yu Rumeng threw another bottle of wine at him, but Yang Kai did not catch it, and the wine bottle fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Yu Rumeng pondered for a moment and continued, "Wait here." After that, she turned around and flew out of the room. Yang Kai did not know what she was going to do, but soon, a commotion arose in the city, obviously due to Yu Rumeng. An hour later, Yu Rumeng returned to the hall and gave Yang Kai a small smile. She turned around to face the door of the hall and clapped her hands. "Come in." Yang Kai looked up and was stunned. A group of women walked in slowly from the outside. They had various styles of beauty. All of them were quite alluring. They were different from those makeup-clad girls in Spring Breeze Drizzle House, and it could be seen that they were all women from respectable families. Fear was etched on each of these women's faces, and some even had tears streaming down their faces. However, under Yu Rumeng's despotic power, they had to be obedient. Among the 30 to 40 women, the youngest looked only about 13 years old, while the oldest looked about 25 or 26. Under the instructions of Yu Rumeng, they lined up and stood timidly in front of Yang Kai. Some occasionally looked up at him before quickly lowering their heads. What the hell? Yang Kai was puzzled, but he did not reveal any unusual expressions on his face, keeping his depressed look as though he could not wait for his life to end for good. Yu Rumeng smiled at Yang Kai and explained, "These are the most beautiful women in the city. Don't worry, they are all virgins, innocent and pure. Which one do you like?" Yang Kai just stood still like a wooden statue. Yu Rumeng walked up to a teenage girl and brought her to Yang Kai. "How about this one? She's still in early puberty but is already such a beauty at such a young age. Men should like this type very much." If I was a man, I would be tempted. The night would be wonderful when spent with her. The girl, who was already frightened after being caught by Yu Rumeng, was even more terrified and was almost in tears after hearing Yu Rumeng's remark. Seeing that Yang Kai was still not responding, Yu Rumeng waved her hand to the girl and let her hurry back to her position. Then, she brought a 17-year-old girl closer and promoted her eagerly to Yang Kai. After several attempts with different girls, Yang Kai still remained silent. Yu Rumeng dragged another woman over, this one about 24 to 25 years old. She was one of the most gorgeous among them, and her figure was curvy and enchanting. Her eyes trembled as she was introduced by Yu Rumeng. This one is good too. Although she is married, her husband seems to have died from sickness on the wedding day, so she is now a widow, yet still a virgin. Are you interested? Enough! Yang Kai coldly glared at Yu Rumeng. Yu Rumeng continued, You can take all of them if you want. I said enough. Yu Rumeng sighed. You just want to vent your anger by getting drunk. But how can you get drunk with these ordinary drinks? Right now, women should be the same as wine to you. Since you can't get drunk by drinking, then you should try it through women. Yang Kai slowly shook his head ruefully, grabbed a wine bottle on the table, and stumbled out. Yu Rumeng turned around and looked at his back. After a moment, she quickly followed him. In the hall, the several dozen women waited with fright for a long time, and only after making sure that the strange man and woman would not come back, they hurriedly ran out. After surviving this disaster, the young women could not bear it anymore and burst into tears. This night was a nightmare for them. Fortunately, the man did not seem interested in them at all. Otherwise, all of them may have been violated. Why are you following me? Yang Kai coldly glanced back at Yu Rumeng. You won't get any benefit from following me. Yu Rumeng gently smiled. I already said, you are my man. I will naturally go wherever you go. You can't get rid of me. Do you know what my situation is now? Yu Rumeng answered. You were demonized in that battle at Tiger Roar City. I'm afraid that news of you falling to the demon path has already spread all over the star boundary. Right now, everyone should be hunting you down. You're a rat scurrying through the streets. Since you already know, why are you still so stubborn? Just remove the heart seal secret technique and leave. From now on, you and I have no relations. Don't get involved with me. I won't leave. Yu Rumeng came forward and hooked her arms around Yang Kai's. Why? Yang Kai shook his head. Yu Rumeng answered. A woman follows her man no matter what his lot is. Even if you will need to face immense dangers and difficulties, I will face them with you. Yang Kai's cold eyes instantly softened, as if his mind had been greatly impacted. He looked at her affectionately and stroked her cheek. Are you sure you won't regret it? Yu Rumeng firmly shook her head. I won't turn back. Yang Kai licked his dry lips and pulled Yu Rumeng into his arms. He hugged so hard as if he was trying to melt her entire body into his own. Then I have no regrets in my life. He deeply sighed. Yu Rumeng slightly lifted her head. The corners of her eyes were curved into crescent moons that shone with a proud light. She knew that this was the best timing to win one's heart, and facts had proven it to be true. Although she was already inseparable from Yang Kai due to the heart seal secret technique, it was still just a secret technique in the end. How could it be compared to true feelings? With both hands around Yang Kai's neck, she whispered in his ear. I already said, even if the whole world abandons you, you still have me. Yang Kai suddenly released her from his hug and put both his hands on her shoulders, his eyes beaming in excitement. Yu Rumeng, let's live in seclusion. Yu Rumeng's brow twitched at Yang Kai's sudden drastic change in topic, but she asked calmly, seclusion? Yang Kai gave a deep nod. Let's live in seclusion in the mountains somewhere. We don't have to care about anything in the world. It will just be the two of us. I as the man will farm and you as the woman will weave. We can have a few children and live a carefree life. All the matters of the star boundary and demon realm have nothing to do with us. Have a few children? Yu Rumeng was stunned as she secretly wailed in her heart. She did not expect that her tenderness did not just move Yang Kai's heart, but also gave birth to such an idea in his mind. If he really wanted to do so, where would the fun be? Yu Meng questioned, what about your other wives? Yang Kai's face darkened as he replied in a deep voice, I only know that at this moment, you are with me, not them. He seemed to not even care about his other wives. It seemed that the incident in Tiger Roar City had caused him an impact so great that it had changed his mentality. Perhaps it could also have something to do with his temporary demonification, which made his thoughts become so extreme. While she was pondering this, Yang Kai described what their beautiful life would be like after living in seclusion, even the appearance of their residence. He even started to name their future children. Aren't you thinking too far ahead? Yu Meng wanted to spit on his face, but she knew that if she refused him at this time, it would only make the situation worse, and all her previous efforts would be wasted. Finally, Yang Kai clutched her shoulders and concluded passionately, so, let's live in seclusion. Yu Meng was at her wit's end, so she could only brace herself and answer, good. We will live in seclusion. After receiving confirmation, Yang Kai wasted no time, as if his motivation to live had been rekindled. With Yu Meng in his arms, he began to look for a suitable place. Within a few days, the two settled down in the depths of an unnamed mountain. A brand new wooden house was built on a flat ground near the peak, and outside the house, Yang Kai opened up a few plots for farming, planted some unknown seeds, and started working happily there with a hoe. Yu Meng stood at the door of the wooden house, dressed in coarse clothes with a scarf wrapped around her head, looking exactly like a peasant woman. Such attire did not deduct any of Yu Meng's beauty, and instead added a different kind of charm to her. It was just that Yu Meng did not look at a mirror for several days, for fear of being disgusted with herself. During his work, Yang Kai would look up at her from time to time, and Yu Meng would return his gaze with a forced smile every time. Occasionally, she would send Yang Kai some water and wipe the sweat off his face. She had turned into a demure young woman who was beautiful inside and out, which made Yang Kai feel blessed to the point where he kept praising her constantly. At night, they would hug each other to sleep, but there was nothing other than that. Yang Kai attempted to cross the line several times, but Yu Meng knew that his current state was unstable, so she did not agree to give herself to him under the circumstances. Their lives were simple and plain for more than 10 days, but Yang Kai enjoyed himself. It seemed that he really loved this life and was willing to continue it until he died. Yu Meng seemed to be notably cooperative and did not show any unusual reaction, but she actually felt dreadfully helpless in her heart. One day, Yang Kai was sitting at the door, weaving a basket from bamboo. Yu Meng was keeping him company by chatting and laughing with him when suddenly, Yang Kai stopped his movements and looked up in a certain direction. Yu Meng asked, what happened? Shoo! Yang Kai put a finger to his lips with a vigilant look and quietly spread his divine sense. His actions secretly elated Yu Meng. She did not expect her salvation would arrive just when she was worried that she could not break free from this boring life. She secretly prayed that things would happen as she wished. A moment later, Yang Kai sighed and put down the semi-finished basket in his hand, clapped his hands together, and stood up with lowered eyes. Since you're already here, come out and show yourself. Yu Meng was surprised that she did not notice someone's arrival. In this situation, either Yang Kai's was wrong, or the other person's cultivation was higher than her own. Otherwise, she would never have been caught unaware. But Yang Kai couldn't have sensed wrongly, so the only explanation was that someone had really come. Space rippled, and a figure emerged slowly. Yang Kai looked up at him, but his gaze was a little evasive, as if he was ashamed. Nevertheless, he finally cupped his fists in respect. Temple Master 1. The one who appeared before his eyes was the Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple, Wen Zishan. Wen Zishan had a sorrowful expression on his face as he sighed. I heard everything. Are you feeling better now? Yang Kai replied, Many thanks, Temple Master 1, for your concern. I have fortunately recovered. Wen Zishan said, Demonification is an absolute taboo. Senior Iron Blood said that you have a demon in your heart, and if it is not eliminated, even if it's not harmful now, it will become a major disaster in the future. Then is Temple Master 1 here to take me back? Yang Kai's eyes drooped, and his voice suddenly became extremely calm, but the hostile spirit growing in him was apparent. When Zishan answered, "Relax, I don't want to be your enemy. I just want to talk to you properly," Yang Kai said plainly, "This disciple will listen carefully." When Zishan nodded gently and began, "Although you weren't raised by my Azure Sun Temple, you have forged various connections with my temple ever since you were a mere Dao Source Realm Junior. It would not be wrong to say that this king watched you grow up. You could have also become a disciple of my Azure Sun Temple if you ever requested it. Unfortunately, my temple didn't have this blessing, and we let slip a great talent." Yang Kai laughed in embarrassment. "Temple Master One is too polite." When Zishan continued, "Fortunately, you became a high-rank guest elder of my temple. Since you're an elder of my temple, matters concerning you will be matters concerning this one, and it is also matters concerning the temple. Yang Kai, consider High Heaven Palace, consider your friends and relatives, and consider the ones who care about you. Come back with me." Yang Kai raised his eyes. "Temple Master is here to capture me after all." When Zishan frowned, "How can this be the same as capturing you? If this one came to capture you, I wouldn't be speaking to you like this. If you come back with me, this one promises that no one will hurt you, but I will need your cooperation to eliminate the demon in your heart." "How can the demon be eliminated after it is formed?" Yang Kai shook his head slowly. When Zishan said deeply, "A strong person wins over others, but true strength comes from conquering oneself." Yang Kai, stop going astray. "I went astray?" Yang Kai laughed. His eyes turned cold. "Temple Master, since you have heard everything, do you know what happened?" When Zishan hesitated for a moment and sighed, "Senior Iron Blood might have crossed the line, but you shouldn't have disobeyed him." Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became ferocious. "Based on what Temple Master said, this junior should have surrendered Sure willingly to Iron Blood just because he wanted me to, without any resistance?" When Zishan persuaded earnestly, "There is always a solution to any conflict." Yang Kai sneered, "Sure is one of my most important partners. He has made great contributions to my growth, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is my family. In the confrontation with the demon race, he has killed countless enemies, but he is not allowed to live just because he cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law. Is this world of billions of free cultivators, or the world of Iron Blood? Just his contributions to the war should have been enough to convince Iron Blood to spare him." After a pause, Yang Kai stared at Wen Zishan sharply. "Temple Master will never understand, so this junior will ask boldly. If Iron Blood wanted to cripple Senior Sister Gao's cultivation, what would Temple Master do?" When Zishan frowned, "You are bringing up irrelevant subjects." Yang Kai sneered, "To me, Sure holds equal weight in my heart as Senior Sister Gao does to Temple Masters." When Zishan fell silent, unable to come up with a response, Yang Kai let out a long sigh. "Temple Master, I don't know how you found me, but I have decided to live in seclusion with Qinger here. From now on, I will shut myself away from the world. I also ask Temple Master to leave now for the sake of our past relationship." From now on, Yang Kai and Li Shiqing no longer exist in the star boundary. When Zishan was shocked, and he looked at Yang Kai in amazement. "You want to live in seclusion here?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. When Zishan started, "Then what about High Heaven Palace? How is that my problem?" Yang Kai interrupted him. Yang Kai's words shocked Wen Zishan, and he could not speak for a long time. In the end, he smiled wryly. "There is indeed a demon growing in your heart. Temple Master, do you insist on capturing me?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a dangerous light. When Zishan sighed, "Since you truly have a demon in your heart, this Temple Master cannot just sit back and watch." Yang Kai gritted his teeth. "This is my business. How does it concern you? Why do you have to keep pushing me into a corner? I have contributed greatly to the star boundary. Can you not just ignore me for the sake of my previous efforts?" When Zishan looked at him sadly as he shook his head, "It is precisely because of your contribution to the star boundary that I can't give up on you. Yang Kai burst into laughter. Your glib talk sounds better than singing. Since Temple Master is so stubborn, then this junior will not be polite either. Get out here. What's the point of sneaking around? When the words fell, Yang Kai looked around with cold eyes. And followed by this angry outburst, one figure after another appeared around him, each of them a third-order emperor, surrounding Yang Kai tightly from all sides. Yang Kai looked at them one by one and then sneered. Good. Good. There are many familiar faces here. Ma Qing, the holy master of heavenly martial Holy Land, held his sword behind his back with one hand and stroked his beard with the other. Yang boy, do you know that you are in a bad situation now? It will be too late if you don't turn back now. It is already a miracle that you were able to restore your sanity from your demonification once. If it happens again, there will be no turning back. Yang Kai did not answer but instead turned to look at Li Jiao. Does Brother Li have any words to teach me? Li Jiao covered his flushed face with his hands. This Li had no choice but to join this mission. Brother Yang, please forgive me. Yang Kai nodded and turned to another person. How about Temple Master Zhou? This man was the Eastern Territories Ahan Temple's Temple Master, Zhou Yiwang. Zhou Yiwang performed hand seals with a single hand and his figure flickered slightly. It obviously had something to do with his cultivation technique. He smiled. What does Palace Master Yang want me to say? Yang Kai said, no one will force you to say anything if you don't want to. On the other side, Xiao Yu Yang spoke in a deep voice. Yang Kai, turn back from the endless sea of tribulations and repent. Lei Hong also bellowed. You are still young, and you have the opportunity to set things right. Why must you be so obsessed? Yang Kai stood on the spot with his eyes lowered, waiting for them to finish reprimanding him before responding lightly. Is everyone finished? Then it's my turn now. When Zishan nodded and said, we are willing to listen if you have anything to say, Yang Kai raised a wicked grin as he sneered. With the Star Boundary's terrible situation, it is a great honor for this junior to have so many masters sent here to deal with me. However, it is not that this junior underestimates you all. But do you really believe you can stop me if I want to leave? When Zishan gritted his teeth and shouted, Yang Kai, wake up! Yang Kai spat coldly. This junior already decided to shut himself away from the world and live in the mountains and forests with Qing'er. But you all persist in persecuting me again and again. Since that's the case, this junior will do as you wish and turn the world upside down. Let's see who can bear it till the end. As he spoke, he flashed and reappeared next to Yu Rumeng, put his arm around her waist, and let out a low voice, Go! Space principles fluctuated, and he was about to teleport. But the next moment, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, because the surrounding space nodes had all been sealed. Yang Kai quickly turned his head at once towards a certain direction and growled, Li Wu-yi! A figure in robes as white as snow emerged. It was Li Wu-yi, the only one who could seal the surrounding space nodes without anyone realizing it, cutting off Yang Kai's escape route. Yu Rumeng's face changed slightly as she felt that the situation today was beginning to turn dangerous. With the help of his space divine ability, even if Yang Kai was surrounded by so many third-order Emperor Realm Masters, it would be simple for him to escape. But when Li Wu-yi came out to deal with him in person, the situation changed. Regarding the attainments in the Tao of Space, Yang Kai and Li Wu-yi were nearly on par with each other. With his greatest card sealed, Yang Kai's combat power would be greatly reduced. What could he do now? When she was still in a panic, she felt a sudden strong force coming from her waist that tossed her aside. At the same time, Yang Kai shouted, Leave first, I will find you after. Yu Rumeng knew that Yang Kai was desperate and did not want to involve her, so she did not hesitate. With the help of the initial throw, she flitted out of the encirclement, and when she looked back, she saw Emperor Qi rioting violently around Yang Kai as his body was completely entangled in hostility. Raising his hand, Yang Kai threw a fierce palm toward Xiao Yu Yang. Space principles fluctuated, and the space where Xiao Yu Yang stood suddenly collapsed into a black hole that could devour everything around it. Li Wuyi's face changed drastically as he shouted, Stop! The faces of the others paled in shock and quickly rushed to help. Xiao Yang fought hard to resist the force, but this black hole was one of Yang Kai's divine abilities, and its effects were almost instantaneous. Xiao Yang had not expected Yang Kai to attack him so suddenly and was caught off guard. There was no time to react at all. The black hole expanded then contracted rapidly, and by the time it disappeared, the place where Xiao Yang once stood was already empty. Everyone was dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, a third-order emperor was actually killed. Everyone knew that Yang Kai's strength could not be judged by his cultivation because his true prowess had always greatly exceeded his realm. But only after a real confrontation with him did they truly discover how terrifying he was. Cold chills ran up Li Wuyi's spine as he turned to Yang Kai with cold eyes and muttered, "You are such a disappointment." Yang Kai sneered coldly. "I've long wanted to compare notes about the Tao of Space with Senior, but have never been able to do so. It seems today I shall get that opportunity." "As you wish," Li Wuyi bellowed. The two pushed their space principles wildly, and in the next instant the surrounding world collapsed as a series of void cracks formed. Blood drained from the several third-order emperors present as they all quickly retreated. Countless void cracks were now appearing and disappearing randomly, and none of them dared to touch even one. They looked around and found Yang Kai and Li Wuyi shuttling back and forth through the void cracks, as though they were walking on flat ground, but the battle was so ferocious that it split the sky and cracked the earth. Everyone exchanged glances, consciously aware that they were unable to intervene, and could only scatter around and wait for the opportunity to make a move. The void crumbled and cracked, but Yang Kai and Li Wuyi shuttled about freely still. Suddenly, they rushed into a crack one after the other and vanished. Followed by their disappearance, the countless void cracks were automatically sealed by the world principles of the star boundary. When Zishan and the others exchanged looks solemnly. Yang Kai and Li Wuyi had obviously entered the void crack, and there was now no way for them to intervene. They did not care too much about Yu Rumeng, who had escaped. Yang Kai definitely could not escape from Li Wuyi anyway. As for Yu Rumeng, she was a matter for Flower Shadow Great Emperor to handle. It was quiet on the top of the mountain. The newly built wooden house collapsed into ruins. The farmland opened up by Yang Kai was even messier. Although Yang Kai and Li Wuyi had fought for just a short time, they had thoroughly destroyed this place. Yang Kai and Li Wuyi appeared together in the void crack, looked at each other, and spoke in unison, "Search separately." After that, they split into two different directions and shuttled through the void turbulence. Not long after, Yang Kai found Xiao Yang, who had been propelled into the void by him. Xiao Yang did not look good at this moment as half of his body had been pulled under by a certain void turbulence. If Yang Kai arrived a little later, perhaps he would be lost in the void crack forever. By that time, even Yang Kai and Li Wuyi would not be able to find him again. Yang Kai quickly made great efforts to pull him out. Xiao Yang looked at him suspiciously. "What is going on?" Yang Kai grinned. "Elder Xiao, you better ask Senior Li. He will give you an explanation." Xiao Yang frowned. Although he had many doubts, he had no choice but to follow Yang Kai to see Li Wuyi since he was not telling him anything. After a short walk, they saw Li Wuyi coming toward them. As soon as the two parties met and confirmed that Xiao Yang was out of danger, only then did Li Wuyi nod gently. Yang Kai immediately complained, "Senior, what took you all so long to get here? I sent you a message 8 days ago. Why did you only come today?" Hearing his words, Xiao Yang widened his eyes and questioned, "You let slip your own location?" Before, he already found it weird that Li Wuyi found Yang Kai's hiding place and led them to the location so accurately. Only now did he realize that Yang Kai was the one who disclosed this information. "What the hell is this?" Xiao Yang was completely bewildered. Li Wuyi replied, "I had no choice. I couldn't leave. I was finally able to cause some damage to the demon race army, and only then gained the spare time to come here." "Did I delay your schedule?" Yang Kai answered, "Not really. I was just worried I'd be exposed if it took you too long." Xiao Yang interjected, "Wait a moment. Can one of you please tell me what is going on?" Yang Kai and Li Wuyi looked at each other and laughed. Li Wuyi replied, "Don't ask too many questions, and especially don't tell anyone about today. In short, this is the idea of the great emperors. Knowing it was a matter related to the great emperors, Xiao Yuyang immediately shut up. Although he did not know what Yang Kai and Li Wuyi were up to, he could see that this was all some kind of elaborate act. But what he did not understand was who they were putting on this show for. Was it Zhou Yiwang and the other emperors? Li Wuyi's face turned solemn. What are the chances of success after this time? Yang Kai answered, fairly high. Li Wuyi sighed. It's painful to see you bear such disgrace unjustly. By the way, Senior Ironblood asked me to tell you that he has ordered High Heaven Palace to close its gates, and all High Heaven Palace disciples have been ordered to return. Yang Kai nodded. Please thank Senior Ironblood for his kindness on my behalf. Yang Kai was not a fool and naturally understood that Ironblood's move was actually a disguised form of protection rather than a punishment for High Heaven Palace. Since Yang Kai himself had become a great sinner, it was really inconvenient for High Heaven Palace disciples to be showing themselves outside right now. Also, the dragon girl you brought with you left. She probably returned to Dragon Island. Li Wuyi added. Fu Ling returned to Dragon Island? Yang Kai frowned. That might complicate things. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai continued. Someone from Dragon Island will certainly come to investigate. If Zhu Qing comes, please send her back to High Heaven Palace for me and ask Su Yan and the others to explain things to her. If it is Great Elder or Second Elder though, just ask the Great Emperors to explain things to them. Li Wuyi nodded. Don't worry. The seniors all have their own arrangements. They won't let any resentment develop with Dragon Island. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai sighed. It's almost time. I should go now. Li Wuyi urged solemnly. Be careful. I will. Yang Kai grinned before he suddenly raised his hand, condensed his emperor chi, and struck his chest a few times. He opened his mouth next and coughed up a mouthful of blood, dyeing half of his body golden. Xiao Yuyang was taken aback as he never expected Yang Kai to be so cruel to himself. Yang Kai turned around and tore space, escaping from the void. As soon as he showed himself, he was locked onto by a number of powerful divine senses. It was when Zishan and the others who had been guarding the area. Turning around, Yang Kai looked ferocious as he shouted, Many thanks for the courtesy you have shown today. This Yang will remember and surely return the favor in the future. And with those words, space principles flared and Yang Kai vanished from the spot with a flicker. Where's Senior Li? Zhou Yiwang's face turned ugly. Yang Kai and Li Wuyi both entered the void crack together. But Yang Kai came out while Li Wuyi disappeared. It was natural for him to have a bad premonition. Just after he asked though, a white-robed figure emerged. Zhou Yiwang turned around and was relieved to see Li Wuyi. However, Li Wuyi did not appear alone, but together with Xiao Yuyang, whose face was genuinely pale. Lei Hong was overjoyed and asked, Old Xiao, are you okay? Terrified, Xiao Yuyang answered, Thanks to Senior Li for finding me in time. Otherwise. Before he finished, he shivered. He was not even putting on an act as he was truly traumatized from almost being devoured by the void turbulence in the void crack. Ma Qing pointed to a direction and mentioned, That boy ran that way. Sir, what should we do now? Li Wuyi's face darkened. Follow him. We must bring him back, dead or alive. After saying so, he took the lead to pursue Yang Kai while the others dared not hesitate either. Whether they were willing or not, they all followed closely behind. Yang Kai ran for his life and half a day later, a stream of light approached him. It slowly revealed itself as it came close. It was Yu Rumeng who had left first. She had the heart seal secret technique, so she could naturally locate Yang Kai's position. At the sight of Yang Kai's bloody body and weak aura, Yu Rumeng's beautiful face turned pale. You're hurt. Yang Kai laughed miserably. I'm lucky to be still alive. Hurry up before they catch up. Hearing what he said, Yu Rumeng dared not to delay and hurriedly followed after Yang Kai. A month later, on top of a huge mountain, Yang Kai stood on the crown of a big tree, facing the rising sun with a pair of blank eyes. What are you thinking? Yu Rumeng leaned over wrapped in fragrance. Yang Kai coughed a few times and replied with a weak voice, Rumeng, This world is truly vast, but it seems there's no place for me in it anymore. He and Yu Rumeng had been running and escaping for the past month. Li Wuyi had been pursuing them with a few third-order Emperor Realm Masters like maggots on rotting bones, and Yang Kai could not shake them off. He was forced to fight several times, and each time he did, he would be injured and only narrowly escape. According to his current situation, his statement was not an exaggeration. Although the world was large, there was no place for him to stay as Li Wuyi was chasing after him without rest. Yang Kai turned around and continued, "I'm sorry. I wanted to take you to live in seclusion, but now it seems that I must break my promise. Don't follow me. Let's go our separate ways." Yu Rumeng asked, "Are you going to cast me away again?" Yang Kai shook his head slowly. "This is not the same as the last time. You've witnessed it already. Li Wuyi is determined to kill me, and I'm not his match. It is pure luck that I have been able to hold on until now, but I won't last much longer. Maybe it will be the next time or the time after that, but my end is certain now." Yu Rumeng's beautiful eyes flashed as she suggested, "I've heard someone say that there is always a place at the table if one looks hard enough, and the star boundary is not the only world." Yang Kai frowned. "The demon realm?" Yu Rumeng said, "What do you think? If you want to go to the demon realm, I will go with you." "No." Yang Kai shook his head. "There's no way for me to go to the demon realm. I fell into such a situation because I got myself involved with demons. How can I simply abandon myself now and go to the demon realm?" Yu Rumeng replied, "It's exactly because you are related to the demons that you can enter the demon realm and let the demon race accept you." "Enough!" Yang Kai spat in annoyance. Yu Rumeng flickered in front of him and looked at him with her scorching beautiful eyes, a strange light shining in her pupils as she spoke in a soft voice. "You have made great contributions to the star boundary. Most of the cross-territory space arrays were built by you. You guarded Tiger Roar City and killed millions of demons, but they still oppressed you and wanted to kill you. Now they are chasing you and not letting you go. Why do you have to remain loyal to such a place?" Yang Kai listened with a frown, but his breathing became a little heavy. Obviously, her words had triggered him. Yu Rumeng continued to persuade him. Her voice was like a whisper in his ear. "Don't you want revenge? Don't you want to wash away your grievances? Let the people who embarrass you know your strength, and make them regret forcing you like this." "Shut your mouth!" Yang Kai roared, veins surfacing on his forehead. Yu Rumeng turned a deaf ear, however, and pressed on. "Go to the demon realm and seek stronger power. One day you will be able to return here and let them know their mistake. Make them kneel in front of you and beg for mercy." "Go to the demon realm?" Yang Kai turned to Yu Rumeng with a ferocious look, obviously moved by her proposal. Yu Rumeng nodded slowly. "Yes, go to the demon realm. Will you come with me?" Yang Kai asked again. Yu Rumeng smiled and saluted Yang Kai. "This mistress will. This matter is very important. Let me think it over." Yu Rumeng pursed her lips. "I can wait for you, but I don't know how much time Li Wuyi will give you to think." The desert of Western Territory had thoroughly turned into a demon land. Demon chi lingered and evil spread as tens of millions of demon troops gathered here and constantly set out towards the depths of the star boundary to attack cities and plunder the land. Death and slaughter happened everywhere one went. Even the sky above the demon land had turned gray and dull, as if the world had lost its vitality. Two streams of light glided through the air one after the other, passing through the sky, attracting the attention of countless demons who bared their fangs and growled lowly. Yang Kai did not think too much about this, though. After being chased and injured by Li Wuyi again, he immediately decided to set off for the demon realm in anger. He no longer had a place in the star boundary. To enter the demon realm, one needed to pass through the passage between the two worlds in the desert of the Western Territory, which was also the only channel that connected the two great worlds. Along the way, Yang Kai's expression was constantly changing back and forth from worry to anxiety, but Yu Rumeng simply chattered and laughed as usual without the slightest fear for the demon realm, even looking quite eager to reach their destination. They were traveling at an incredible speed, but they still attracted the pursuit of many demon masters along the way. Initially, There were only a few of them, but by the end of the journey, there were hundreds of demon kings following behind them, each of them exuding intense and terrifying demon chi. Yang Kai was feeling frustrated. Fortunately, they were almost at the entrance to the passage between the two worlds. Yang Kai held Yu Rumeng's hand tightly and whispered, "Hold tight to me. I'll see if we can pass through directly. If it doesn't work, let's think of another way." Yu Rumeng held Yang Kai's big hand and smiled at him. "Don't worry, just leave the rest to me." "Leave the rest to you?" Yang Kai turned around and frowned at her. Yu Rumeng insisted, "Trust me." Yang Kai pondered for a while, then gritted his teeth. "Good. I'll leave it to you." Yu Rumeng giggled and took a step forward in front of Yang Kai, pulling him with her as she flew ahead, arriving before the passage in the blink of an eye. The entrance to the passage was of great importance, and was heavily guarded by demons. There were several dozen demon kings posted around the entrance alone, with several half-saints guarding the area against any masters from the star boundary who might come to destroy this corridor. The demon kings and half-saints guarding this place looked up when they noticed Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng's auras, and many of them immediately revealed hideous smiles. However, Yu Rumeng continued leading Yang Kai and descended, landing right in front of the entrance of the passage, looking right and left with a pair of beautiful gleaming eyes. Yang Kai stood beside her at the peak of vigilance, keeping his eyes sharp and his emperor chi flowing, preparing himself for a battle at any moment. The hundreds of demon kings who were pursuing them finally arrived and landed one after another, surrounding them tightly. Lustful gazes lingered on Yu Rumeng's graceful body. Opposite them, a huge demon king carrying a giant axe walked forward. Every step caused the ground to tremble before he stopped just 10 paces away. He pointed the axe that was larger than an average human forward and grinned sinisterly. "Humans, are you courting death?" The aura of this demon king was extremely powerful, and although his movements were a little clumsy, he was definitely a powerful master, probably among the strongest demon kings present. The other demon kings around sniggered at his words. Ever since the opening of the passage between two worlds and the beginning of the invasion, no human had ever come here. Therefore, the arrival of Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng caused the group of demon masters to wonder if these two people were mentally ill. Yu Rumeng, however, just smiled, raised her hand, and sent a stream of light toward the demon king. The demon king stretched out his hand and caught whatever it was she tossed and glanced at Yu Rumeng with a frown before looking at the object. With a single glance, the expression on the demon king's face immediately changed to disbelief. He then looked up at Yu Rumeng with his jaw hanging open. Yu Rumeng remained calm and smiled. The attitude of the demon king standing opposite them changed completely. He even became a little frightened and a lot more friendly. He nodded and bowed in a soft tone. "Please wait for a moment. Let me consult Sir Half-Saint for instructions." Yu Rumeng waved her hand to indicate her agreement. Then the demon king hurriedly turned around and headed in a certain direction. It seemed that he really went to consult with the demon half-saints who were guarding this place. This weird scene confused the demon kings, and all of them looked around, seeing the doubt in each other's eyes. Yang Kai, too, was confused, and quietly approached Yu Rumeng. "Rumeng, what did you show him? Why did he suddenly become like a dog?" Yu Rumeng giggled. "He has always been a dog." Yang Kai could not help rolling his eyes. If such a powerful demon king was a dog, what would she be? Yu Rumeng interrupted his doubts. "All right, stop asking. You'll get your answers shortly." Yang Kai nodded and tilted his head. "It seems you've been hiding a big secret." Yu Rumeng winked at him playfully. "Beautiful women all have secrets. Do you want to know what this one is?" Yang Kai replied, "I will listen if you want to tell me." Yu Rumeng patted Yang Kai's hand. "You'll know later." While the two were talking, the demon king who had left earlier returned with a solemn expression. He quickly approached Yu Rumeng, bowed, and held up something in both hands respectfully to her. Yang Kai glanced at it and found that the demon king was holding a token as big as a palm that was made from some unknown material. It was bright scarlet, as if fresh blood was just poured over it, and a twisted phantom-like pattern resembling a tortured soul howling in pain was engraved on it. It had a soul-capturing effect at first glance, and a burst of dreary cries and screams echoed in his mind when he observed it closely. This should be the object Yu Rumeng passed to the Demon King before. It was a token. Yu Rumeng lifted her hand and took the token back, asking plainly, "Can we pass through?" The Demon King nodded repeatedly. "Yes, of course. Please." Yu Rumeng kept her eyes straight and walked past the Demon King without sparing him a second glance, while Yang Kai was at a complete loss and just followed behind her closely, his eyes darting between Yu Rumeng to the Demon King in utter confusion. However, when their eyes met, the Demon King had a look of admiration on his face and even gave Yang Kai a thumbs up. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched at the mere sight. Soon, Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng entered the Two Worlds passage and disappeared. At that moment, the hulking Demon King let out a long breath of relief as if he had just narrowly escaped death, wiping the sweat on his forehead as his face scrunched up in agony for a long while after they left. However, the hundreds of Demon Kings who chased the pair all the way here were confused about the situation and opened their mouths to ask how the passageway, which was such an important place, could have been opened to two humans. The hulking Demon King, however, just snorted coldly. "This is an order from the Lord Half-Saints? Do you have an opinion?" This sentence silenced the hundreds of Demon Kings. Since it was the order of the Half-Saints, they naturally did not dare to have any objections. But this matter was extremely weird and became quite a mystery. In the void corridor, Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng flew forward, their hands intertwined. From a distance, a twinkle of light seemed to be serving as a guide for the two of them. The light seemed to be quite close, but the actual distance was unknown. It was the passage between two worlds after all, and it was definitely not a journey that could be completed in just a few breaths. Suddenly, a powerful divine sense swept across Yang Kai, causing him to tense up, instinctively sensing the coming of a crisis. The strength of this divine sense definitely exceeded the divine sense of an ordinary Demon King, or even a half-saint. Demon Saint. No, it felt like a demon saint, but it was actually more like the divine sense of a great emperor. After a moment of pondering, Yang Kai suddenly figured out whose divine sense it was. Night Shadow Great Emperor. Yang Kai had long heard that this mysterious figure had been guarding the Two Worlds passage, but he did not expect the Great Emperor to still be here. Martial Beast Great Emperor once mentioned that Night Shadow Great Emperor was a descendant of the demon race, and the Two Worlds passage was opened because of him, plunging all beings in the star boundary into misery and suffering. In addition to the fact that he was once targeted for assassination by someone from Shadow Killer Palace, Yang Kai naturally did not have a good impression of Night Shadow Great Emperor. Yang Kai swept his eyes across the deep darkness, but could not sense the whereabouts of Night Shadow Great Emperor. The Great Emperor's divine sense was retracted a moment later, and there were no traces left behind. Yu Rumeng obviously also noticed this divine sense, but she paid no attention to it, and just continued to fly forward. The light up ahead was getting closer and closer, and after some time a suction force came from the front, and Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng were involuntarily drawn forward. It was evidently the pull of a great world. Their visions blurred for a moment, and they had suddenly appeared in another space. Before Yang Kai could even take a breath though, a variety of powerful and unmatched divine senses swept over them from all directions, including the divine senses of demon kings, half-saints, and even demon saints. Yang Kai looked stern, his entire body extremely tense as his vigilance had never been higher. When he swept his gaze around, his face only grew more solemn. What he saw was the assembling of countless demon troops with dark, inky heads, preparing to travel through the passage, delivering support to the war in the star boundary. Further away, there were even more demons constantly heading towards the entrance. The divine senses that enveloped the two quickly dispersed as the demon masters did not seem to care about the arrival of the two, as if they had already expected it. Except for a few interested demon saints whose divine senses lingered on Yang Kai for a tad longer, all were withdrawn immediately after they appeared. "Let's go!" Yu Rumeng beckoned, and the two of them flew up into the sky side by side. This was the moment when Yang Kai finally had the chance to investigate the situation in the demon realm. This great world was different from the star boundary. The world principles here seemed to be a bit chaotic. A sun hung in the sky, but it was hazy and blurry, as if it was obscured by a layer of haze. The ground was barren with little vegetation, and huge ravines ran across the ground in all directions, like the ugly, intricate patterns on the back of a tortoise. The demon realm was actually such a barren land. By the look of it, this place was worse than even the Western Territory, which was famed for its harsh environment. How could such a world give birth to so many powerful demons? The world energy here was satisfactory, but it was only suitable for the demon race. The living beings of the star boundary couldn't use the world energy here for cultivation because it was filled with demon chi. If one really absorbed the world energy here into their body, perhaps they would turn into a demon within a short time. Xianxia looked down again after an hour of flying and could not help but be stunned, muttering, "Is the demon realm really this small?" He did not notice it before, but when he looked down from a notably high place, he found that below him was just an irregularly shaped continent, and he could see the border of the land at a glance. If the vast starry sky was described as a sea, the continent below was just a lone island in that sea. This island was probably only several tens of thousands of kilometers across, surrounded by endless void. Strictly speaking, several tens of thousands of kilometers was not small, but the demon realm was supposed to be a great world. How could this be called a great world? It was simply incomparable to the star boundary. But if so, how could there be so many people in the demon realm? It even gave rise to powerful existences like demon saints. As if noticing Xianxia's doubts, Yu Meng explained, "This is just a corner of the demon realm. The entire demon realm is like a broken mirror. What you see now is just a fragment of it." Broken mirror? Xianxia looked at her in amazement, but her description was quite vivid and Xianxia was able to form a rudimentary picture of the demon realm in his mind. Yu Meng nodded. "Each and every fragment you see in front of you form the entire demon realm. These fragments come in various sizes, and each piece is both a continent and a small world. They are independent yet closely connected with each other. Isn't it strange?" Xianxia replied solemnly, "I've never heard of anything like it." This was truly an eye-opener for him. Yu Meng giggled. "This is the demon realm. You can't experience how incredible it is without taking a look at it yourself." "Why is it like this?" Xianxia asked with a frown. No wonder he felt that the world energy here was a little chaotic. The entire world was composed of fragments, and each fragment was equivalent to an independent small world. It would be strange if the world energy and principles here weren't in a mess. Yu Meng answered, "I'm afraid it's sick." Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "Can a world get sick?" Yu Meng turned to him. "Even a world can die, and the demon realm is reaching its end." Xianxia nodded and asked, "How do you connect these fragmented lands?" "The armies of the demon race must not be from the current continent. They were definitely drawn from countless small fragmented lands. Since they could gather in one place, there must be a way for the fragmented lands to connect with each other. Through the territory gates," Yu Meng explained. At the same time, she stretched out her hand and pointed up. "Look over there. That's a territory gate." Xianxia looked in the direction she pointed and found a dark, oval corridor laid horizontally like a black hole in the void, leading to the unknown. Each fragment of land has one or more territory gates, which connect it to the nearby continents. Through the territory gates, we can go back and forth to meet with each other. "I see." Xianxia was enlightened. Then he asked further in surprise, "Are there also people who are proficient in the Tao of space in the demon realm?" Yu Meng smiled. "Nope. These territory gates weren't created by anyone, but were naturally generated." "The workings of nature are profound," Xianxia exclaimed, suddenly thinking of a question. "But won't such territory gates disappear eventually?" "They would." Yu Meng blinked her eyes. "If all the territory gates of a continent disappear, it completely loses contact with the demon realm, and there will be one less small world to inhabit." "Has this happened before?" Yang frowned. Yu Meng smiled. "It's happened many times." While talking, the pair arrived before the territory gate. From a distance, the territory gate did not seem to be large, but when they came closer, it was clearly incredibly huge, easily able to accommodate 1,000 people entering at once. Before they could get close, a strong attraction came out from the territory gate. It was so strong that Yang Kai felt that his body was being drawn towards it involuntarily. Yu Meng shouted, "Protect yourself and don't get hurt." When Yang Kai heard her, he immediately pushed his Emperor Qi. The next moment, he and Yu Meng were sucked into the territory gate, away from the fragmented continent and into another fragmented continent. The surroundings were quiet, and the sun was dazzlingly bright. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked behind him, revealing a look of surprise. "Why is there no territory gate here?" Yu Meng explained. "Most of the territory gates are not two-way. After you enter a territory gate, it will randomly send you to a place in the fragmented continent it is connected to, so it's normal for you to not see the territory gate here." Yang Kai nodded gently and remained silent for a while. Then, he looked up at Yu Meng and questioned in a deep voice, "Ru Meng, who are you?" Yu Meng pressed her lips together into a smile. "Finally can't help asking?" Yang Kai shook his head slowly. "You know so much about the demon realm, so obviously you're not someone from the star boundary. Even the great emperors don't know much about the demon realm, let alone others. If I'm right, you're a member of the demon race, right?" "Indeed." Yu Meng looked at him playfully. "You seem to have a deep understanding of the demon race. Try guessing again. Which clan do I come from?" Yang Kai laughed. "You're making things difficult for me. Although I know a bit about the demon race, I'm not a member of it." "How would I know?" He paused a while before he continued. "There are 100 clans in the demon realm, each with their own innate divine abilities. If I had to guess, I would say that you're from the Charmed Demon clan." Yu Meng covered her chest and jumped in joy. "You really know the demon race well." Yang Kai looked at her astonishingly. "So, are you really a charmed demon?" Nevertheless, Yang Kai had known about it deep down in his heart a long time ago. Only charmed demons would be so seductive. Yu Meng took a deep breath and looked at him with her head tilted. "You suspected me a long time ago, didn't you?" Otherwise, Yang Kai would not keep asking her sensitive questions at odd times. Yang Kai answered calmly, "I only suspected, but I had no proof. However, I wonder how a charmed demon can disguise herself as Li Shiqing so flawlessly that even Flower Shadow Great Emperor could not tell you apart." "Because..." Yu Meng smiled faintly, and her aura suddenly exploded. A terrifying power fluctuated in her tender body, and the surrounding demon qi gushed over and poured into her figure. She, who had been a second-order emperor, saw her cultivation rise in the blink of an eye. Third-order emperor realm, peak of the third-order emperor realm, pseudo-great emperor, great emperor. "I'm a demon saint." Demon qi silhouetted Yu Meng's body and her face became blurred, to the point where Yang Kai was unable to see her clearly. However, this haziness released a strong sense of seduction that could plant in anyone a desire to remove the fog that covered her appearance and see her true face. Her aura alone seemed like it was about to collapse the surrounding space at any time. Yang Kai's jaw dropped. He was completely dumbfounded. He had guessed that Yu Meng was a demon a long time ago. After all, he had been with her for so long, and it was natural for her to let slip her identity. It was precisely because he guessed that Yu Meng was a demon that Yang Kai put on such a show with Iron Blood Great Emperor. He even asked Li Wuyi to chase him down, cornering him to the point where he could no longer stay in the star boundary, thus tempting Yu Meng to bring him to the demon realm. Yu Meng had other plans for him, which she had mentioned when she first met him. After much effort, he finally achieved his wish and entered the demon realm. But Yang Kai never imagined that Yu Meng was a demon saint. A demon saint. That was an existence comparable to a great emperor. Everything made sense now. No wonder in front of Tiger Roar City, the half-saint Baizhua retreated without a fight. Thinking about it now, Baizhua must have recognized Yu Meng's identity when he saw her at that time. That was why he retreated, resulting in hundreds of thousands of casualties in the demon race army. No wonder in front of the Two Worlds passage, that bulky demon king abruptly changed his attitude after receiving the scarlet token and let them pass through the entrance without any obstruction. The token of a demon saint was equal to the presence of a demon saint. How would a mere demon king dare to disobey? With a demon saint escorting Yang Kai into the demon realm, no one would stop him. Yu Rumeng was a genuine demon saint. Yang Kai almost thought he was dreaming. He could not regain his senses for a long time. He had calculated everything, yet he did not expect this. Just when he was lost in his shock, Yu Rumeng suddenly bellowed, "Human ant! How dare you not kneel before this saint?" The pressure of a demon saint filled the air, causing Yang Kai's bones to creak. His body seemed to be crushed by several mountains, and his knees bent involuntarily. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at Yu Rumeng with a scorching gaze. Followed by the sound of a dragon roar, Yang Kai covered his whole body in golden light and stood against the oppressive aura of a demon saint with his dragon pressure. He gritted his teeth as he shouted, "Kneel down my ass! Believe it or not, I'll beat you if you dare to shame me again." Yu Rumeng smiled and looked at him quietly. After a while, the great pressure dissipated without a trace. The tremendous pressure vanished all of a sudden, but Yang Kai's face turned red and almost spewed out a mouthful of blood. Yu Rumeng poked her head towards him and asked with a cute smile, "Is it fun? Go away." Yang Kai's face darkened and he pushed her face aside. So what if she was a demon saint? He had groped her, kissed her, and even spanked her more than once. Yu Rumeng already did not have any dignity in front of him. However, the aura of a demon saint that was released by her was indeed real. If she fully released her power, Yang Kai would have a hard time bearing it. It was just a little joke. Yu Rumeng was reluctant to let go and leaned her head towards him again. Yang Kai replied with a face as cold as ice, "It wasn't funny at all. Okay, don't get angry, it's bad for your body. I apologize. Okay?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at her. "I don't see the slightest sincerity in your apology." Yu Rumeng asked, "Then what kind of sincerity do you want?" Yang Kai curled his finger to beckon her. Yu Rumeng leaned her ear over and Yang Kai whispered in her ear. Yu Rumeng gave him a quick glance and nodded, "Sure. A real woman never goes back on her word." "You promised." Yang Kai suddenly beamed in joy. "I promise." Yu Rumeng nodded happily. "As long as you can make me, you can do as you like." Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. "Make you? You're a demon saint. How is that possible?" Understanding this, he burst out, "You're screwing with me." Yu Rumeng giggled as her tender body flickered and turned into a stream of light that shot forward. Mid-flight, she turned back and taunted him, "Chase after me. I'll give you a treat if you can catch me." "You're a naughty one." Yang Kai grinned as space principles fluctuated and his figure flashed and disappeared, hurriedly chasing after her. The two figures, one in front and one behind, passed through the air at an incredible speed. Although Yang Kai worked hard to push his space principles, Yu Rumeng's cultivation was just too outstanding, making it impossible to catch up with her, leaving Yang Kai feeling extremely helpless. After an hour, Yu Rumeng stopped suddenly. She raised her head slightly, opened her arms as if to embrace the whole world and took in a deep breath. Yang Kai hurried over from behind, looking pleased with himself. "I'm finally back." Yu Rumeng let out a long sigh, with a satisfied expression on her face. Yang Kai looked at her from the side, then looked down at the fragmented continent below, and started, "When you said you wanted to take me somewhere, was it the demon realm?" Yu Rumeng nodded and admitted, "Yes." A dignified demon saint did not hesitate to use her heart seal secret technique on me. "It seems like the demon realm is very interested in my ability to manipulate space principles." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Yu Rumeng smiled and explained, "Space principles are indeed a very peculiar power. Although there are many who live in the demon realm, no one is proficient in the Tao of space, while in the star boundary, only you and Li Wuyi have notable accomplishments in it. Since Li Wuyi is a pseudo-great emperor, it's not easy to make a move on him, so you became the only option." Yang Kai snorted coldly, "So you've targeted the weaker one." Yu Rumeng tilted her head at him. "I even sacrificed myself for you? Why are you still upset?" Yang Kai answered, "I'm not upset. It is my honor to be so valued by a mighty demon saint, but I still don't understand. Since you're a demon saint, you could have just captured me. Why bother spending so much time and effort? Do you think that I didn't want to? Ru Meng sighed helplessly. But I changed my appearance using a secret technique, and could only exert the power of a second-order Emperor Realm Master in the star boundary. I wasn't your opponent in that state, so I couldn't bring you to the demon realm unless you were willing to come. I see. Xianxia suddenly realized, secretly rejoicing in his heart that his plan somewhat coincided with Ru Meng's plan. Otherwise, he would not have entered the demon realm with such ease. He pondered for a while before questioning again. Then what do you want from me? Do you want me to set up space arrays to help you more quickly mobilize the demon race's troops? Could you do that? Ru Meng looked at him in surprise. Xianxia shook his head slowly. It can't be done. My space arrays only function within the same world, and the demon realm is clearly a special case. Since each of the fragmented continents here make up independent worlds, space arrays can't be used to connect them. So if you have brought me here for this reason, I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you. If I had a deeper comprehension of the Tao of space, I might be able to find a way to cross world barriers, but at the moment that's impossible. Ru Meng smiled lightly. I already expected as much. Don't worry, we're not expecting you to arrange space arrays for us. With the territory gates, the requisition of the demon troops is fairly convenient, though it does take a bit more time. Then what am I expected to do? Xianxia frowned. I'll tell you when the time comes. Seeing Xianxia's less than pleased expression, Ru Meng quickly changed the topic. Do you want to see my true face? She had changed her appearance and disguised herself as Li Shiqing, and although her appearance was restored after returning to the demon realm, her face was constantly covered by a strange, hazy power that blurred her features. Only one with a power stronger than hers could break through that layer of power. But she had told Xianxia before that her actual face would not be worse than Li Shiqing's. Having said that, she was a charm demon and a demon saint at that, so it was only natural that her appearance would not be bad. I don't want to. Contrary to Ru Meng's expectation, Xianxia actually raised his hand and refused. Ru Meng was taken aback for a moment. Why? Are you afraid I'm too ugly? Xianxia remained nonchalant. Even if you were as ugly as a pig, you'd still be precious to me. So, your true appearance doesn't matter. You're such a sweet talker, aren't you? No wonder you managed to capture so many women. Ru Meng snorted before she stretched out her hand to pinch Xianxia's chin, just like how Xianxia did to her in the star boundary, and forced him to face her. I want you to see me even if you don't want to. Saying so, the layer of haze on her face faded gradually, revealing an exquisite and stunning countenance. She had the appearance as pure as a snow fairy, and her beauty was unparalleled. Her features were as youthful and lively as a spring in the mountains, without the slightest impurities. There was even a sense of sacredness and holiness to her. Xianxia had originally planned to provoke her, but at this moment, he was completely starstruck. Is she really a charm demon? On the battlefield, he had met and killed plenty of charm demons, and each and every one of them could be described as seductive and alluring. Their attire was as revealing as possible, and they seemed to be in heat all the time, desperate to strip naked right then and there and seduce anyone they came upon. But Ru Meng completely subverted Xianxia's impression of charm demons. She looked so pure that it was unbearable to even think of tainting her. Thinking of what he had done to Ru Meng before, Xianxia unexpectedly felt a sense of guilt. Secretly surprised, he quickly focused his mind and returned to his senses. This woman's charms were simply unfathomable. She must have cultivated her innate charm to such an extreme that she did not even need to do anything anymore to fascinate others. Her face was enough to enchant her targets, making them feel that she was the most beautiful existence in the world, and doing anything to her would be unforgivable. The corners of Ru Meng's eyes curved up like crescents, very satisfied with Xianxia's response as she softly whispered, "Am I pretty?" Xianxia bobbed his head like a chicken pecking rice, then instinctively put his arm around Ru Meng's soft waist, and moved his lips towards hers involuntarily. A slender jade finger pressed against Xianxia's lips. However, as Ru Meng looked at him teasingly, "It's not that easy to take advantage of me in the demon realm. Yang Kai bullied her terribly when they were in the star boundary. She was a demon saint, but she was forced into near-death situations with Yang Kai at every turn and was even flipped over on his lap and was spanked without any power to resist. Now that they were in her territory, though, how could she let slip an opportunity for payback? Yang Kai wrapped his lips around her finger, though, trying his best to tease her as he muttered, "Ru Meng, I think it's time for us to consummate our relationship. You know what I want, and I came to the demon realm knowing it was impossible to go back. Can you bear to see me suffer?" Ru Meng laughed sweetly. "I told you, as long as you can make me, you can do whatever you want. Who knows how long that will take?" Yang Kai complained with a bitter face. "You're presenting me with the grandest of feasts without letting me eat it. I don't care, let go." Ru Meng shook her head slowly. Yang Kai rolled his tongue around her finger and shook his head. "Nope." Ru Meng was mad but wanted to laugh at the same time. "If you don't let go, I won't be polite to you." "How impolite will you be?" Yang Kai smiled cheekily. Ru Meng had no choice. She raised her other hand and lightly flicked her middle finger at Yang Kai's forehead at lightning speed. With a bang, Yang Kai was sent tumbling 1,000 meters before he could stabilize himself. The world was currently spinning around him, and it was only with great difficulty that he managed to recover from the shock and yell angrily at Ru Meng, "Are you trying to kill me?" Ru Meng just snickered. "I'm simply teaching you a lesson. I'll do the same thing again the next time you pester me this way." Yang Kai's eyes were threatening to pop out of their sockets. He was fuming. They were truly merciless, the wheels of fate. If he had known it when they were still in the star boundary, he would have taken her without hesitation to avoid the mess he was currently in. "Fine. I can't beat her, so I'll just bear with it." Resentment clearly displayed on his face as he complained silently in his heart. Ru Meng stretched out her hand, and Yang Kai was drawn back towards her by a huge force involuntarily. Ru Meng reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's collar again, pulled him close, tiptoed, and planted a gentle kiss on his forehead. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped his forehead, and snickered. "What's this? Trying to make me feel better after that with just a small kiss? Am I a 3-year-old? Think what you'd like. Good, let's stop this. I will take you somewhere first." Saying so, she surged her demon chi, which wrapped itself around Yang Kai, and the two of them rushed towards a nearby territory gate. Yang Kai was sulking silently, but Ru Meng did not care. With the restoration of her cultivation, this woman seemed to become more confident. She no longer followed Yang Kai desperately as she did in the star boundary, giving him a strange sense of loss. The two sped all the way, passing through territory gate after territory gate, going through continent after continent. As Ru Meng said before, these fragmented continents were all very different. The big ones, which could be several 100,000 kilometers in radius, were so large that their borders could not be seen, while the small ones were just as small as the fragmented continent where the Two Worlds Passage was located. As long as one looked from a little higher, the outline of the entire continent could be seen. Moreover, the environment of these fragmented continents varied greatly. Some continents were abundant in world energy and vitality, while others were dead and had scarce world energy. Yang Kai observed in amazement all the way along. But without exception, these fragmented continents were rich in demon chi, and non-demon realm creatures absolutely would not be able to survive safely here. After more than a day, Yang Kai started losing patience. He had a purpose for coming to the demon realm. However, Ru Meng thought that he was forced into a desperate situation in the star boundary, and had no choice but to take refuge here. She did not know his true intentions, and also had no idea that he had transferred the Heart Seal secret technique to his soul-warming lotus. Ru Meng did not hesitate to sacrifice herself to implant the secret technique on Yang Kai, but it did not result in much restraint on him. Instead, she was the one who was being restricted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai naturally had to extract more information. Therefore, Yang Kai also stopped being mad at Ru Meng and started to chat with her. As they eased into their conversation, when Yang Kai felt that it was the right timing, he asked nonchalantly, "By the way, Ru Meng, how many demon saints are there in the demon realm?" This was definitely something that even the great emperors were clueless about. If he could find this out, it would be of great help to the future situation, as there was a saying, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. There are a total of 12 demon saints in the demon realm. Yu Rumeng did not suspect anything, not to mention that this was not some great secret. Since Yang Kai came to the demon realm, he could easily find anyone to inquire about such matters. Each demon saint has a different number of half-saints under them who are in charge of a different number of fragmented continents. 12. Yang Kai whistled. That's 2 more than the star boundary. Yu Rumeng smiled. It's 13 now, while there are only 9 left in the star boundary. True. Yang Kai nodded. Night Shadow Great Emperor had betrayed them, so as soon as he switched sides, the star boundary had 4 great emperors less than the demon realm, and this included the imprisoned Bright Moon Great Emperor. It was still unknown if he was dead or alive. If the Bright Moon Great Emperor was taken out of the equation, the high-end combat power of the star boundary would be even weaker. The theory of the capacity of the world should also be the same in the demon realm. Yang Kai believed that the reason why the number of demon saints in the demon realm was greater than that of the great emperors in the star boundary could be due to the larger capacity of the demon realm, hence there were 12 demon saints. This did not bode well for the star boundary. Yang Kai was worried that the 12 demon saints alone were not easy to deal with. If these masters rushed into the star boundary together, he could not imagine how much destruction they would bring. Perhaps the whole star boundary would be shattered. Are the demon saints the most powerful beings in the demon realm? Yang Kai questioned again. I vaguely recall hearing something about a great demon god in the demon realm. Yu Rumeng's feet instantly halted as her entire body stopped in place. Yang Kai was slow to react and had already flown a long way ahead before he quickly turned around and flew back. What's wrong? Yang Kai was puzzled. Yu Rumeng looked at Yang Kai solemnly. Where did you hear that? Yang Kai shrugged. I don't remember. Perhaps someone mentioned it to me casually, or I read it from some ancient book. He knew something was not right by the look of Yu Rumeng, which made him feel a little nervous and uneasy. After pondering for a while, Yu Rumeng warned, don't ever mention those words in the future. Although she did not point out which words, Yang Kai was not a fool, and he understood what she was referring to. Why? Yang Kai frowned. Just listen to me. Yu Rumeng emphasized with a solemn face. Never mention it again. Otherwise, even I won't be able to save you if something happens. Is it that serious? Yang Kai was taken aback. Given that there could be a situation that Rumeng could not protect him from as a demon saint, did that mean that great demon god truly existed? There was actually an existence above the demon saints. During the final battle in the Thousand Illusions dream world back then, the evergreen divine tree sacrificed himself to block the 2 worlds' passage with his own body. As that was happening though, from the other side of the passage, a huge hand that covered the whole sky had struck. Despite being a strike across worlds, the power of that palm was truly incredible, and Senior Qing's mission nearly failed as a result. That was indeed beyond the power of a demon saint, and the people in the demon realm seemed to refer to the one who made that strike as the great demon god. Everything that happened in the Thousand Illusions dream world was based on real historical events. In other words, there had been a great demon god in the ancient past, but Yang Kai was confused why Yu Rumeng so seriously warned not to mention him even now. Yang Kai did not know what the 3 words great demon god meant in the demon realm, but he vaguely felt their weight now. Noted. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. I'll never mention it again. Yu Rumeng showed obvious signs of relief as she nodded. That would be best. Yang Kai then changed the subject casually. What about Bright Moon Great Emperor? I heard that he was held somewhere in the demon realm. What's the situation now? Why do you ask? Yu Rumeng frowned slightly. Yang Kai sneered. The people of the star boundary tormented and forced me into a corner, but now I can take revenge. If I can kill one of their great emperors, it will be quite a bit of interest in advance. Yu Rumeng laughed. Revenge is not something to be rushed. You still have room for growth, so it won't be too late to make plans after you are strong enough one day. Besides, you can't kill Bright Moon Great Emperor. It's true that I'm no match for him, But aren't you here with me? Yang Kai winked at her. Yu Meng shook her head. I don't want to get involved in matters related to a great emperor. Furthermore, I'm not responsible for this. I've been in the star boundary all this time, so I don't know where Bright Moon Great Emperor is imprisoned. Yang Kai found this reasonable. Since Yu Meng had been in the star boundary before, how would she know about current events in the demon realm? It was useless to inquire about Bright Moon Great Emperor from her. As such, he immediately avoided the subject to ensure he didn't slip up and expose himself. It seemed that he could only start this investigation after settling down here. He at least had to figure out the location of Bright Moon Great Emperor now, and whether he was dead or alive. Yu Meng was naturally familiar with the way and led Yang Kai through one territory gate after another until half a day later. They passed through a certain territory gate and suddenly arrived in a vibrantly colored world. Home sweet home. Yu Meng turned to Yang Kai and smiled. This is your continent? Yang Kai turned and looked around. The whole continent was filled with bright, radiant light. When he looked closely, he realized that those bright, colorful lights were actually emitted from countless exotic flowers. Almost half of the entire continent was covered in this flora, and under the sunlight, it became as beautiful as a portrait. Moreover, this continent was quite vast. From where he stood, Yang Kai could not see the end of it. Yang Kai was amazed. He had never thought that such a wonderful world could exist. One of them, Yu Meng beamed slightly. Yang Kai understood. Before, Yu Meng had already stated that there were 12 demon saints in the demon realm, and each of them had a different number of half-saints serving them who were in charge of a different number of fragmented continents. This land that he was stepping on was obviously one of the continents she ruled. It seemed that after returning home, Yu Meng had become more and more joyful. She led Yang Kai forward for a while more before arriving at a huge palace. The palace was encircled by hundreds of millions of flowers, so even the air was thick with their fascinating fragrance. Before they could get closer to the gates, though, a scarlet stream of light came out from the palace in front of them. It traveled incredibly fast and reached them in the blink of an eye. A man with an extraordinary appearance appeared. He was a heroic and handsome young man that was dressed in a blood-red cloak which was flapping majestically behind him in the wind. He had an outstanding demeanor equipped with shining armor. As soon as he appeared, he cupped his hand. Madam! Blood Demon! Yang Kai was able to identify his clan as soon as he laid eyes on this man because of the faint blood stench on him. This man was a blood demon half-saint and seemed to be a capable subordinate under Yu Meng. Otherwise, he would not be working in her palace. Yu Meng nodded non-committally and asked, Did anything happen recently? The blood demon half-saint replied, Nothing, but I received the order to send many people out from Madame's territory. As he reported, he looked at Yu Meng with scorching eyes, his possessive desire not hidden in the slightest. Yang Kai could not help raising his brow as he thought, How dare this blood demon half-saint? Isn't he afraid of provoking Yu Meng by showing this kind of look in front of her? After stealing a glance at Yu Meng, Yang Kai became even more upset though because she did not respond, as if this was all very normal to her. This bitch! Yang Kai cursed in his heart furiously. Although he passed on the Heart Seal secret technique with the power of soul-warming lotus, which greatly reduced the impact on himself, these days he and Yu Meng's relationship had progressed all the way to the last step of intimacy. Naturally, he regarded her as his own woman. Now, having his woman ogled at by another man, and seeing her indifferent about it, was enough to put Yang Kai in a foul mood. On the other side, Yu Meng nodded. I see. In the battle between the two worlds, the star boundary was not the only one that needed to recruit more soldiers. It was the same for the demon realm too. Each fragmented continent mobilized much manpower, and the continents controlled by Yu Meng were no exception. While talking, the blood demon half-saint suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai and questioned doubtfully, Madam, what is up with this human? Humans and demons were sworn enemies. Yu Meng suddenly returned with a human, but he did not look like a slave. The blood demon half-saint could not help feeling irritated seeing this man standing beside Yu Meng. Even he had to keep a certain distance behind Yu Meng when he followed her. So how dare this human be so bold? When he thought about this, A murderous intent was born within him, and his half-saint pressure began to permeate the air. Yang Kai grinned at the half-saint, however, and quickly took a step closer to Yu Rumeng. He also put his hand around Yu Rumeng's waist and announced lightly, "I'm Rumeng's husband." Husband? The blood demon half-saint's eyes widened, and he immediately turned his gaze to Yu Rumeng. To his shock, though, Yu Rumeng actually looked indifferent at this statement. The blood demon half-saint's heart clenched tightly as he panicked. Don't tell me it's true? Otherwise, why didn't Madame have any intention of resisting when this bastard put his arm around her? If she really wanted to, she could have easily crushed this human brat into dust.